Looks like it's good. Cool. Alrighty. Better set boosters having fun. Full calorie characters. That's always good. Ah, well, right. Soon. So, alright. Probably. Well, boy. To the two. Best as Tales of our four. Okay. Alrighty. Where else do we need to go? Discord mainly. Everybody's chatting. It's always good. Go live is actually well timed for once, which rise progress. Alright. Hey there, Non. Welcome. Hopefully things are going well for you so far. Welcome to Thursday, sadly. Admittedly, I kind of figured it was Friday, but I guess the days aren't by that quickly this week. But how are things on your side? And welcome, Jennifer. Hopefully you're doing well hopefully you're doing well today as well. Getting fucked up. Okay, okay. Always good. Getting fucked up in streaming or just getting fucked up in general? Actually clear that. Good going, brain. Promo. Fucked up in streaming. Okay. Gonna be doing some more Dark Souls then? I think that's what you were mentioning you were gonna do last time. Hey, the Pedro. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully things are going alright so far. And welcome to Thursday. Bit of a shocking day, depending on what news source you're looking at, but really depends. Here. Oh yes, I did catch the Nintendo Direct. That was just before this, so I had more than enough time to. We can talk about that a little bit today, because I follow Nintendo stuff a good chunk. Thinking about it, but I'll probably do some. Okay. Siege is always a fun one to work with, that's for sure. Drink it. I also wanted to get multi-blood working on my side, just so that way I have it as a, I guess, fuck around game on my side, to be honest. I just like fiddling around with fighting games, figure out if I can actually get them to work, at least in my brain. I know they work, obviously, but sometimes it's awkward actually getting to physically work with your brain and your hands and all that. I think that's everything I need to worry about. Discord advertisement. No, let's see. Oh no, Jack Blowsette. That's going to be excessively cursed, Ross. Why did you put that idea in people's mind? Oh well, that's some good stuff for there and some not so great stuff. Yeah, my friend kind of put it in some phrasing, but there were a very, it was a very good collection of high highs and a lot of low lows in that one. There wasn't really much in terms of a middle ground, to be honest. How's it going? It's going all right on my side so far. I have a bit of an uncomfortable scar on my arm, but that should be healing over time shortly. And thankfully it's been raining the past couple of days, so it's at least been nice outside instead of just being blisteringly hot and completely bright all the time. If I want to get extra, I might do zombies. I didn't watch the direct, I haven't watched one in a while. Yeah, that's perfectly fair, Jasper. I mainly watch it just because I do follow a lot of Nintendo stuff most of the time. So I like keeping up with what they're actually doing, or at least limited what they're actually doing. But it is always good to keep up on their news since they usually just get to those directs nowadays. Hey, there's Leona. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. I do. Okay, I do have the sound. Ah, cool. That nice. Now, would you like to actually show it? There we go. Cool. You get to play an RPG today. That's always nice. Yeah, hopefully everyone's doing alright so far. This will be just a relaxed point of us going through an RPG, as we normally do, just kicking around and seeing where we can actually find things. And what we need to do next, which for us is apparently traveling to the Windy City, so we'll kind of have to see what we can do there. Also, don't mind my current location. Obviously, I was taking screenshots for thumbnails and such. But let's see here. Let's put you as the lead, as we can. Just gotta remember that you're a cutie as well, Z. But how has everyone's Thursdays been going so far? Have you been able to get everything done you needed to get done? Or do you have some more things you need to get finished just so that way the weekend is fairly clean? Just because I know things can get a little bit messy no matter where you are. Thursday's just an awkward day. People like loading stuff up at the back end, and it's just never a good time, really. There we go. But I know we can discuss...
I don't sense any more enemies.
Oh, I hope not. We liberated the town. The only thing I have to go do is go get a new ID tomorrow. Oh, okay, okay. ID stuff is definitely a pain in the butt, but hopefully it doesn't take you too long to get a Jasper. And I'm half lurking. No worries there, Z. My streams end up being a fairly comfy place to just kind of sit back and relax with anyway. So, if you need to lurk, you need to lurk. Can't really fight you on that. If I am gonna fight you, it's probably just gonna be half-heartedly giving a hot chocolate.
Okay, off we go.
Oh yeah, there's gonna be an owl over here somewhere. I guess this is a new map, so that makes sense. But in regards to news today, I suppose the biggest thing that we can talk about is the Nintendo Direct. That's probably gonna be something that I can bring up fairly quickly. Finishing up some stuff for work, then I gotta make some food. Okay. I'm a little muffled or distant from the mic. I'm not sure about that, actually. Whoops. Just curiously, do you play World at War?
That was a nice move there.
World at War specifically? I don't know, to be honest.
So it's a grab here, thrust the left leg, then use the right arm to leverage over. Stop memorizing my move!
Well, I was just a little baby child. The same as ever on my end. Weird. I'm not sure then. It might just be my tone of voice because it's a Thursday, Z. The main thing to keep in mind is that I don't talk at all in between streams, really. I maybe say 6 things in between Sunday and Thursday because I do not leave my apartment and my work does not require me to talk very much. So there's going to be like some point where my voice is going to be a little bit rough on Thursdays, just because I actually need to get back into the swing of talking. That might just be it. Well, it's more so I just don't have reason to talk during the week, to be honest. Oh, nice. I haven't actually seen that combo yet.
My fists are crushing it out there.
But it's more so just a fact of, like, I'm not super social, if that be surprising. If that's a surprising fact at all. But it's more so just the fact I don't really have a reason to talk, because the people that I talk to, it's all over Discord text messages, and the people who I talk to at that point. Why do I have you in the party? Why do I not have Kisara in here? Ooh, that's a nice combo. But it's more so just the fact that, like, I'm not around people at all, so I don't have anyone to physically talk to anyways. And aside from that, it's just kind of me existing in the world. So streams, like, the main reason I wanted to start the streams was solely for a reason to actually talk in general. Because with COVID going and all that, it's just kind of, like, non-existent right now. Oh, there it is. Hello, buddy. And this gives me a pretty good reason to, you know, actually talk to people and socialize. And it's very easy for me to do it that way. But aside from that, like, I have a work call on Wednesdays that I have to give them a progress update of what I'm doing. And other than that, I say not much, if anything at all. I think the only real exception to that was this week, actually, because the Canadian federal elections were on Monday. So I needed to go outside, obviously. And someone had broken the handle on our front doorknob, so you couldn't open the door. And that kind of became a slight problem because I could not leave the building without kicking down the door or leaving the fire escape open for like an hour, which was not exactly a preferable point for my end. Oops. I need to get a little bit better at controls here. There, yeah. And I gotta remember what I actually have in here. And bonk. Love it. Anyways, I need to reset the party. Where was that? Party leader. Edit. There we go. Get Kisara in there. And then do we want to have him in there or just have him as support? I don't really know yet. I kind of like having Kisara as like a tank in the party. That's always nice. But wait, so someone broke the door to your apartment building? Yeah, it kind of seemed that way. It wasn't like the main lock one. Yeah, no, they didn't actually tell us that it... Oh. Wait, is Kisara gonna be our fishing mentor? Is that why it took so fucking long to unlock this? But...
Yeah, this is Taka Pond.
But yeah, someone just broke the front doorknob, and no one said anything, so when I went out to go vote, it's like, oh, I can't leave the building without breaking anything. So I called the head office, it's like, yeah, we called a repair tech like an hour ago, they should be there shortly. And it's just like, why didn't anyone tell us? The one caveat to that is that our landlord is on vacation, so the office would have to call each and every one of us to actually tell us about this.
How did you catch them?
But it is kind of weird that they didn't.
That might take a while. Fish are prone to swim away at the first sign of trouble.
I'd put bait or a lure on a line and use it with a fishing rod.
You must not be familiar with fishing if this sounds new to you. Here, let me show you how it's done.
Okay, so she is a hot woman in armor who mainly fights with a shield. Most of her combo attacks are with ice. And she fishes. Clearly, she's going to be the best waifu in most of these games.
Hey, what do you think about that spot?
Good idea. I'll go for that one.
So then, how does this work? We can do movement like that. You do have to go a certain distance, which makes sense. And then we can cast that way, and she fishes pretty traditionally, which is nice. Then we can wiggle.
Nothing's biting.
Ah, okay. Sexy ice paladin that fishes. Yeah, basically. And I mean, that's kind of what I like, at least when it comes in terms of themes and all that. Now then, fishy. I didn't read the rest of the instructions, but fishy.
Looks like I lost it.
Hmm. So am I supposed to immediately reel in? Is that what the point of that is? Oh, there's another 3.
Reel
Oh.
it in.
Oh, okay. This is very awkward controls. Down here. There we go. Wow, you really don't have to get it that
That wasn't
close.
much of a challenge.
You sure
Huh.
know what you're doing.
Cool. We just get fish that way too. That's not too bad. But that does mean we're gonna have to go back to like 6 fishing holes that we've passed so far in order to actually collect fish in this game. Hello. There we go. That's a bit better. Oh, the button can be different. Noted. Do. I guess we gotta be a bit careful with the line breaking too, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. There we go. Come on. Is that really enough to get it? That was kind of jank,
Anybody
but
could reel in
short.
that.
You sure know what you're doing.
But kind of double the size of the fish, so that's good. And this is kind of a good way to get more, I'm assuming, materials for cooking. I'm assuming that's the main point of all this. But, well, there we go.
I've got something.
There we go. And am I supposed to mash? Or not mash? You just gotta beat the fishy and the stamina bar thing. Oh, yeah, that's what it's doing. Okay.
We can get a good meal out of this fella.
That fish put up a fight. Good
Definitely
catch.
seems like there's mostly a den and bass in here, but I'm assuming there's gonna be different rarities of fish to deal with. I guess we'll just have to get her about once we find the other ones.
All right.
There we go. So, oh, they can have different ones. Hello.
I'll get you
No.
next time.
Okay. I'm not quite sure how that bottom stamina bar is so far working for us, but I guess we'll have to test it out a little bit and see.
All right.
So, doing that just seems to raise it, and then we have to fiddle with it to actually get it back. Huh. So what's the point of reeling it
Well,
in
that
if
wasn't
all
much
that
of a
does is
challenge.
make the bar go up
Pretty
and
well.
slowly drain stamina? I don't know. That's a weird one. Not a bad mechanic, and it's nice that we actually have fishing in a Telltale
And that's
game.
all there is to it.
Thank you, Kisara.
It seems like you need to have good reflexes to catch anything. I don't know if it's really for me.
I mean, Kisara has a hand for it.
I think I've seen enough.
She's dedicated.
Oh,
I love it.
Sorry. I guess I'm just in my own little world when I go fishing.
That's such a weird
like we're going
trait
to
to
be
give
here
to
for a
her, to be
while.
honest.
That's
I
how
figured
fishing
it might
goes.
work better
You wait for a
for...
bite, and then the real battle begins.
I don't actually remember his name.
Miguel told me that different fish
The
live in
Lord's
different
name.
regions, and you have to pick the right rod and lure for what you're hoping to catch.
But that doesn't change the
But
fact
I
it's
guess
a
being the
giant time
intelligent
sink.
character, that
Of
kind of
course,
makes sense.
each fish
that
has its own unique flavor too.
She's more dedicated to
Some
it.
of them are supposed
Definitely a
to
good
be
trait, though.
extremely delicious.
Which I appreciate.
When you put it like that.
Now we
It's
just need
worth
to
me
have
trying my hand at
Fish
fishing
Fear
after
Me,
all.
Girls Love Me
Yours
hat
is
for
for
her,
food.
probably.
I was hoping we'd
Not
get
quite
to fish
sure which
during our
way Kisara
travels.
swings,
And
but
it just
that's
so
kind of the
happens I
main
made
hat of
sure
the
to
day,
grab
isn't
my
it?
brother's old rod before I left Vicente. So, if you ever feel like fishing when we've got a little downtime, just let me know.
Clearly
Here.
fishing is going to be the
Thanks for showing
boss.
us.
And that'll be a fun point.
Okay.
Oh. Just a random fishing expert swings by. Hey, looks like you know your way with a rod. That could be taken in a few other contexts. I've been fishing for a long time and built up a good collection of equipment for it. I'll share it with you if you're interested. I just want one thing in exchange. All I ask you for is to show me the records of any fish you catch. The more you catch, the more equipment I'll hook you up with. If you need anything, I'm always here. Don't be afraid to come and talk to me. Interesting. So he's just a global NPC that'll be hanging around most of the fishing spots? Or he'll just be at this specific one? Found Talcott can teach you the basics about fishing. If you show him your fishing notes, he'll tell you where you can go to catch fish you haven't found, as well as giving you new fishing gear based on how many you caught. Makes sense. And we get, of course, it's her brother's fishing rod. And beginner popper. Ordinary surface fishing lure. It attracts fish by splashing water and making noise. And that means that one of her points is going to be type fishing, I feel. Yeah. Isara, the skilled angler. Of course, one of her goddamn things is type fishing. It's not a bad thing. It makes sense. Just that it's a very grindy thing to do. Let's see, what are we saving up for? We're saving up for the Ukemi right now. Let's just save up for the Ukemi. That's cool. We got access to fishing. Also, hey buddy. Alright, see you in a minute, Jasper. Ooh, you're a lightsaber. Now I can get back to my miss. Sorry, I forgot to spoke. Sorry, I forgot I spoke. Carry on. Don't mind me. Infantry shield. Standard issue infantry shield supplied for an infantry made from lightweight and it's to handle. Initially appears.
I'm always amazed
Cool.
what healing arts can do.
Then let's
Just do
see
it.
here. That would be. Oh, Elfin is nearly dying. Why is Elfin nearly dying? Oh, it's because I was getting constantly hit in the fight with the boars. Anyways, that's the infantry shield. I mean, it looks cool. It goes better with her armor than her normal shield does, if I'm being completely honest. Because her normal armor is kind of mostly silver with just light gold accents. This thing is basically 50-50, and it's a little bit too gaudy for my tastes. But I do kind of like the base infantry shield. Can I just visually change that? Because that would be lovely if I could. No. Weapon skin? Nice. That's better.
My job.
And then just, wow, immediately at the campsite. Hello, Lord. What's with the tension?
Hey,
I guess it's
is
just
it
gonna be an
just me,
awkward
or have
situation with
those
both
two
of them.
barely spoken
Yeah,
a single word to one another?
because I think
I
they were
know,
planning
right?
on never seeing each
But
other
after everything
again.
that happened with Miguel, is it really any wonder?
Kinda puts a damper on the whole journey, though, huh? How long do you think they're gonna keep this up?
If it bothers
Oh,
you
it
that
probably
much, why
won't
don't
be
you
that
ask
long.
them?
Why do I have to ask?
How come you walk together like that?
She really doesn't beat around the bush.
Shion.
You mean Kisara
Breaking down walls.
herself?
You hadn't noticed? You've been practically joined at the hip ever since we left Vicente.
I guess it's force of habit, most likely. I was always ready to protect him, should the need arise. It sort
Hey,
of
they
came with
dropped
the
the
job
name.
description.
That's always nice.
Right. From being in the Elder Menancia Guard. Although, Dohalim's pretty capable of defending himself, isn't he?
Having guards doesn't necessarily mean the one being guarded is weak. No one's perfect all the time.
Even so, it's not like they're entirely wrong, Kisara. You're no longer in my employ, after all.
I don't know. I mean, if it's what she's used to and you're both comfortable with it, then who are we to judge?
But she doesn't serve him anymore. It isn't normal for her to keep following him around like she still
Yeah,
does.
she's very used to
Yeah,
everyone
she's
kind of being
probably
stuck in
right.
this
And
phrase,
a lot
so
has changed over the
that
last
makes
few
more
days.
sense.
I guess it wouldn't hurt to rethink our relationship in light of the new circumstances. Perhaps I'll give it some thought after
Maple
all.
Slide.
Does that sound all right by you?
I don't think raiding him
Of
would be a
course.
good idea, because he
You
doesn't
might
know.
want to stop
Sure.
asking his permission for every
Aw.
little thing while you're at it.
Sorry. It's not that easy, shaking off old habits. I'll probably need
I
a
believe
little time to
Viper
get
is also
fully used
live
to
with
it.
this, where he should be within the next few minutes if he hasn't started already. Boy,
I've
we're
noticed
getting
that
into Skitland
sometimes
already.
We come across enemies who
That's
fight
not a
locally
bad thing.
and try to dodge
But I
our
guess we'll have
attacks
to
at
see
the
where
last
it
second.
goes.
I hate those
The
guys.
Call of Duty
I know
World
take some
at
hits in when
War.
they move into attack.
I may
but
have
otherwise
played
they
that
slip past
originally
damn near everything
before.
else I throw at them.
If what
I
you're
definitely
seeking is
don't
a way
now,
to more reliably hit
but-
them, there is a solution.
World at
Try to
War.
outclass them
World
in
at War.
reflexes?
I possess the ability to command Earth elemental beings to some
Blood.
extent.
That'll be a nice thing to see.
They emerge as the land
just wish
itself
list
and
that.
take root on my command.
Thank you.
They will swiftly bind the enemies, at which point you can
Kind
dispose.
of weird there's no pre-order for Lumina just yet, but
What he means
we'll have
is
to
that
see
he
how
can
that
make
actually
plants
goes.
grow to hold the enemies in place. At least I think that's probably what he's saying.
I'm glad at least one of us understands him.
At war?
So basically, if we find an enemy that likes to dodge, we should
That
let
is on
Dohalim
Steam.
handle it.
I shall do what I can within my
Only
modest
25% off, but it is at least still on Steam. Anyways, camp. I think World at War was the one I
Why are
originally
you looking
played.
at me like that?
That armor you wear is standard issue for the Menancian Guard, right?
No actual
Originally,
additions to that.
I've added some flair to it in a lot of places.
I noticed, especially with that open back.
We guardsmen pride ourselves on never showing our back to our enemies. It's my way of making myself live up to that.
Oh.
Plus, it makes it that much lighter and easier to maintain.
That's weirdly smart.
Dohalim, do you have anything to say about this?
Every guardsman is allowed to wear their armor as they see fit.
And you, La?
Huh? Why are you asking me?
That is actually kind of smart, because they're never supposed to show their backs to the enemy anyways, so if you take off just an extra 7 pounds of your armor, that's actually not a bad thing. Now then, I guess everyone just has basic skills. It increases cooking effect by 30% once. I'm assuming once remaining time is low. Oh. Oh, that just goes by page. Nice. Okay, let's see here. Can't do that because we don't have any Sebring just yet. Cooking effect duration plus 20%. That's actually not bad. Consume doubles for 90%. Heal health after battle. I don't want to heal T or CP after battle. There's a couple of those now, right? Yeah. Heal CP after battle for 6 minutes, I believe that would be with her buff. Yeah. I guess Kisara's going to be our fish cooking expert, so
Just as good.
that's not too bad. And then we have conversations with everybody.
Sora, let's talk for a bit.
Makes sense.
Maintaining your shield? It's becoming a familiar sight.
Miguel was the one who taught me how to maintain my equipment after I first joined the guard.
A shame they're not
Just
actually
a part of my
showing
routine.
what one's actually equipped,
Brother
but oh well.
always seems to come up whenever I talk to you.
That's because we had no other relatives.
Brother was
So it
important
was
to
just
her
the two of us growing up.
for that exact
He
reason.
was my idol, the one I looked up to and wanted to be like. When I became a guardsman,
16
Miguel
bucks
wasn't
isn't
too
actually
pleased
too
to see
bad
me
for
at
that
first.
multiplayer.
It was
That's-
Miguel who really welcomed me aboard.
I'm assuming there's like a
Miguel.
co-op single player campaign,
right.
right?
She was Miguel's second in the Gold Dust
Yeah.
Guides, wasn't she?
You want to
That's
spend nearly
right.
$1,000 on
She's always been a very
there's a
critical and
$700
down-to-earth
Activision
person.
bundle.
In
I'm not
other
sure
words,
I'd ever
the
want
complete
to
opposite of a
buy
dreamer
that, to
like
be honest.
me.
You're more an idealist than some pie-in-the-sky dreamer.
Even
Building
so,
on the
that's
war
my brother's
variant.
doing.
World at War and Inspires
He'd
2.
never let me stop seeing a brighter world. He always did what he could to keep me smiling and happy.
You must have meant a lot to him.
World at War does have
He
some-
wasn't just kind
doesn't it?
either. He always worked so hard to set an example for me and everyone else
Fair.
around him.
It is the one I used to
He
play,
was a
that's for
true
sure.
big
Though.
brother. So much so that when he thought I was asleep,
Oh.
he'd slip out of the house to go training on the outskirts of town.
You seem to know a lot about it.
That's because I only pretended to be asleep and would follow after him.
I should probably add some gravity to the
You know what?
ponytail.
I'm at a good stopping point with my shield. If you've got time, how about I tell you a couple more Miguel stories?
I guess I'd better get comfortable.
I'll take
Elfin
watch
being
today.
a
It's okay.
Elfin being a bro. I think him and Kisara are definitely not the main ship that's going to
Before we
happen,
go, you guys have everything?
but it does feel like she's going to end up being the pseudo-mom character of the group, as they kind of been trying to be in adding
Something
those
feels
in most of the
odd.
Tales games.
Be on your guard.
Something's odd. Orless party?
I just noticed none of you other Danans have spirit cores. Why is that?
Both of my parents were part of the resistance in Calaglia.
Oh.
In fact, my birth was kept a secret from the Renans.
Mine too. We always lived in hiding, so I never had a spirit core embedded in me like I was supposed to.
What about you, Alphen? You were a slave in Calaglia before all this, weren't you?
To be
I mean,
completely honest,
he was,
I'm not sure why I
but,
don't have one. All the other Danon slaves around me did. I was the only exception.
Probably because he's a
They tended
Renin.
to keep their distance
But we don't
from
know
me
that
to
yet.
avoid attracting any attention from the soldiers because of my mask and all. What about you, Kisara? Do you still have your spirit core?
No. I was able to find a good Renin doctor who's sympathetic to our kind,
Oh.
and had them remove it before I left.
Oh,
They
okay,
did
that's
such
handy.
a great job, the procedure didn't even leave a scar.
One of the benefits of coexistence, huh?
I know
That's
that
good.
once the spirit vessel was shut down, there wasn't much need for me to hurry. But still, I didn't like having that mark of servitude lingering on me any longer than I had to.
But good to know that the
It may
practice
sound
of
a
at
little
least
strange to
surgically
hear me
removing
say
them
this,
is still
but
fairly common.
I'm just me now. Not a guardsman or a slave. I'm my own woman. And this is my chance to have a new beginning.
Boy, we're gonna get a lot of these
This
kids,
sure
aren't we?
is one rugged road. You'd think they'd keep this at least a little better maintained, right?
I mean, why
Why
would
spend
they,
energy
though?
fixing that which is rarely used? Repairs require time and effort, which in our world means slaves, often in great numbers.
Ah,
Yeah.
For you, it may be a simple request, but that can quickly become another's difficult burden. Nobody gains anything without
It
someone
is weird
extending
having
effort.
someone who was
and you know,
actively a
somehow
ruler
that someone always
the
ends
group
up being
now.
a Danon, while the Renins are the ones who gain.
True enough. Ideally, in a perfect world, I think it's only fair that the ones who need it should be the ones to perform the work.
However, when doing so could be dangerous like it is here, there are many who would prefer that it be others who risk their lives in their stead.
Yeah.
So, what you're saying is that people will just put up
Yeah.
with the inconvenience until someone
Admittedly.
else comes along to fix it for them?
Indeed. And
This
it is
kind of
those who can
seems to
no
be a
longer bear
basic
that
mood
feeling that
between
inevitably take action.
all areas of life,
Much
because
like the
even in
Danons in our
ours,
group
it's
do
not
so
exactly
now.
different in that
As
regard.
strange as it may be to
It's
hear
more
such
so
a thing from
just,
the likes of myself.
hey,
It's true
do the
that
things.
most of the Danons in Calaglia have been resigned.
and then
just
gets
to
kicked down the
accept
food
things as they
chain
are.
until it can't get kicked down
Still,
any
we
further.
can't just blame them for...
Or unless someone's curious.
What are you making that face for? You're not worn out already, are you?
Nah, just regretting I ever said anything in the first place.
Yeah, Law, you need to think a little bit ahead. That's okay. Anyways, hello there, birds. They actually do encounter them down here. Okay. Then go up. Oh. Didn't actually kick me up there. Interesting. Yeah, don't worry, I know. Damn this stuff. And go up. And we just keep comboing it down. And I really gotta remember how to do the combos properly. That's how I do it normally. Okay. So we do that first, then this, then spin to win, spin to win, spin to win, pop, 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 and down. There we go. That's the perfect area combo. Then we can do that. And then we'll get Kisara over here and help with this guy. Pop, pop, and down. Pop. I'm gonna have to take a look at seeing if we can get the Philippine combo kills out of the way. But that may require having him in the party more so than anything else. Not quite. And of course we get that one. Okay. And down. And done. Later, bird buddy. No rare enemy too, so that's always nice. Raging Storm Beat, Inhibitor Crystal, Opal Mass. Okay. I will have to check what accessories actually are made from them, but... Ooh, upgraded Berserkers. Hello. Oh, they're story related. Okay. What's up? This is a pain. Why can't this Zoogle stand still? Yeah, perhaps it's time I deploy my secret weapon. I'll stop it right where it stands. Rider Claw? Oh. Doleem's boost attack. Grow vines from the ground and snare enemies and strike them. Effective on fleet-footed enemies, this nullifies their base and downs them. Okay. I mean, fair.
There's no to run from my art. When he slows down, that's our chance.
There we go. Okay. Definitely can be. Oh, right. I probably have to do it with the other one. I guess that makes sense if he still has some amount of his. Ooh. Interesting. Anyways, go to the other one. Right. And I do like that little effect that they have, actually. And then when fast enemies like wolves or monkeys appear, send Philheim. His boost attacks will nullify their base abilities and keep them from dodging. Neat. Makes sense, at least. Anyways. Oh, overdrive. There we go. The Mystic Hearts can get a little bit awkward at points, but that's fine. Wow. I just like how easily that kills, to be honest. And get your thing off. But his boost is definitely good for utility, because we've had to deal with those fast enemies for a while now. Well, just go down. Because they're just big boys with green feet. Which is definitely weird, but it's at least good to know it as a status condition. And down. And by all means, Kisara, you are more than willing to take me out. Oops. And go away. There we go. Nice there. And over. Just off. Aw, didn't quite get it off in time. But we'll be able to test out Dohalim once we get a chance anyways.
I'm glad you're on our side.
I mean,
I'm
now.
simply glad to hear that I can make myself useful to you all. Huh?
What's wrong?
Sorry, just got a bad news call. Yeah, no worries there, Jasper. Take a chance to sit and just relax for a bit. Get through it, and hopefully it's not too bad for the long run.
I've never seen anything shaped like it before. I'm intrigued.
Are you curious about this stuff, Rinwell?
Because we'll just be nonsensically talking about this game.
I think
So,
you might have found some
rest
old
up.
Denon relics.
We always care for you.
They look like the remains of a bunch of objects that disappeared after the Renans first invaded.
And yet here I am, holding them without so much as a second thought. I imagine the sight must be unsettling to you.
Have to see day by
Not
day.
really, just that it must
Okay.
be nice to be a Renan who has time to indulge
Then
in
my
stuff like that.
deepest
Unlike the
condolences
rest
there,
of us.
but
Are you
all the
interested
same.
in this stuff too, Dohalim?
It's a comfy place here, so
Maybe a
rest
better
up.
turn of phrase. I simply love objects that can give me a sense of what their maker was thinking.
I'll just be idly
The
chatting
history that
anyway,
went into
so
their
if you
creation.
just want to sit back and listen to
You
me
see,
talk for a bit,
we
then
Renans have hardly
by all
any
means,
such objects
fully
that trace
welcome it.
back to our distant past.
I still don't understand what you two find so intriguing about it, though.
Why not? We're talking about our own culture here.
I get that, but it's not like this stuff is any use now, does it? It's just old. Real old.
I mean, it's
Oh,
old,
it
but
does.
most of their
Holding it in your
tech was
hands
kind
like
of
this, one can feel and engage with the distant past in a way no history book can ever accomplish.
I'll take your word for it.
insane.
Well, seeing as it's damn history,
Dohalim is at least
just
an
make sure you're
idealist.
careful with
That's
it.
probably a
All
good
right,
thing,
Dohalim?
considering he was
But of
really the land
course.
before, but the Crocodile Crusher. Ages ago, this worn-down hammer was used to beat down crocs. It's still enough to use to wield for a lot of his champions. Huh. Artifacts confer special effects simply by having them, with certain bonuses that can be enjoyed by the game. You can toggle each of these on and off on the artifacts effects list. Excuse me? Additional arts. You can now 6-6. Press Y on the art screen to switch between panels. Arts that are set in second can be executed by pressing left trigger. Okay. And then as for Dohalim, I take? Yeah, Treasure Hunter. Okay. So I guess we can just randomly find artifacts at points. No worries there, Jasper. Get comfy. Grab a hot chocolate. Maybe grab... What's a good snack to grab? Grab some cookies. And we'll just be here idly going along. There's the faster aging. What else do we need to do? Fleet-footed, nullified by the boost. That shouldn't be hard. Novice solo training grounds, and subquest Dohalim the big game hunter. Weird one.
There's history
That's
in the
door.
air here. I can smell it.
Semi-human muscle.
Don't encourage
I'm
him.
not sure I feel
Visibility along
good
this
that
path
we
will
managed to
remain
credit
limited for some
4 of the
time.
4 rank thing.
Take care not to get ambushed.
Oh well.
I'm surprised you know the terrain here so well.
Some wheat always.
Woods don't
Or no, it's
strike me as
rice.
having much
Okay.
time for wandering
I was
those
wondering if
woods.
they were going to change it up.
Sometimes I would take strolls along here when I wished to be alone.
You always did have a bad habit of disappearing without telling any of us guardsmen.
Now, does that attack us? Because that's mighty suspicious. If not, they're cute. Anyways, amplified berserkers and color swap bird mask with some additional parts. Now then, what else can we do here? No? Oh, those guys can cast magic. That's a good thing I know. And then get you off. Just get him down. And then we just gotta make sure to actually deal with these guys a bit. Because Dolly not being in the party, I'm not sure if that's better or worse during situations like this. I guess you technically have like a quick swap menu anyways. We technically could do that if we wanted to. Then how do I get away from that, please? So, game. How do I swap out main character gun? Like that. Okay. Cool. That'll go away. Oh, right, it's a correct actively set up. Okay. Let's see here. That's our dodge action. Then get that off. Oh, he's like spell sword. Okay. I think he's a spell sword at least, by technical standards. Nice. Now then, what else did you do? Kisara's still taking it. Also, that is being annoying. Uh-oh. That for Kisara, missed the card. Nope. He does seem significantly weaker now, but... Ah, right, that thing. Then he can just guard against Earth completely. Can't guard against that, sure. Boink. Much better. And bonk. Always nice to get those guys out. He also attacks oddly slowly for what I figured. Bonk. But I guess that's gonna come in time. Oh. And no. Okay, how about don't die in that thing, please? How about trap? There we go. So it's a multi-hit trapping, I just have to keep that better in mind. And death. Bonk. Love it. Anyways, I guess Dolheen is a little slower now that he's actually in the party, but 7,300 gold. Okay, I'll take it. And then I believe that was really which most games were not forcing me to select for most of it. Anyways, Kisara can get her Kemi, which is good. Let's just put that on for now, and I believe it mentioned Dolheen also got his flag. Yeah, because of the negative gate. Oh, he can get Resurrection too. Did he heal in general? Lionheart, support art for attack, Whirling Rod, perfect gating. You don't have a heal, but you have a red. I guess you can technically get away with that. One day, maybe. See here. Probably want to do that. There we go. Alright, then back out of the side cave. Let's just see what else we got. We got some birdies, which we can shoot down with Shion, so come here, birdies.
Don't get careless.
Yeah, don't mind me, we'll be good. Bop. Then doing that won't help very much. Because of that. But I guess while we're going through the fighting here, Admittedly, the Nintendo Direct is kind of something I should talk about, but it might be something to better talk about if people are available to chat with. So I'll probably save that just for once it's a bit more available, since it seems like it's a bit more of a... It seems like a bit more of a discussion topic compared to everything else, to be honest. There we go. A classic. But I do have some thoughts on it, at least. Because the directs have been a little bit awkward lately, to say the least. Punch the bird. Thank you, buddy. And then we're just not gonna get the combo off, are we? Oh. Yeah, I'll have some thoughts on Nintendo Direct at least. Or I have thoughts on the Nintendo Direct.
Hilly around here.
It's been
I can feel my feet
interesting
getting
following them for the
blisters.
past little while.
That's mountain hiking for you. It can be pretty tough if
Oh,
you're
don't
not
worry, I
used to
see
these
them.
sorts of trails.
I take it you're
Now
comfortable
what
with
else do
them?
they have for us? No. Okay. I guess we're just fighting a bunch of casters. So it'll be good to get Ringmel's up, just so that way we can. And as well, let's keep that at times. Shion isn't the most helpful here, but is guard breaking them any better? It's fine. We'll have a few girls in the party for now. And what? And yeah, our Wielder, but you don't have your boost up just yet. The real question is going to be, where is he casting that? Ow. Oh, I just realized also we've got like 6 things on him. Up, 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 up. And we are eating through our CP already. I guess partly because Kisara is getting her butt handed to her. Pop! Much better. Not that one. Oh, this. Okay. Invisibility day, so I'm here and I'm by. Totally the only day I'm visible. I guess that's true, actually. I guess it's the only day I'm visible too, to some extent, but I keep forgetting that by visibility is a day that people actually have. I keep forgetting that most of them do just fly kind of flies into the radar half the time. Well, please get out of the tornado. Ow. But it is nice that it exists. Because it helps us to actually celebrate a day for us. Oh. How about you stop that? And that's with the base jump, which we don't need. Much better. Plus, I mean, purple is the best color, so it's hard not to enjoy the black flag.
Good. We're counting on you, Rinwell.
On me?
Oh, we filled it
Well,
up?
I'll do my best.
Okay. We've got downwards path and upwards path. Really wish the buttons made more sense. Downwards path is a short exit, or just a short end, so we may as well get that out of the way first. There we go. And then you can be less of a jerk.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I do kind of feel like we need better weapons. Or better weapons, though. Kind of feels like we're underperforming. Or at least that we're under level. So they're doing health amount of damage, too. Oh! Let's just get you out of the way. Because it doesn't really seem to focus much on... Then get that off, because fuck you. And I mean, when in doubt, just burn a plant. He did not. Oh, you know he did? Okay. That's awkward. He didn't actually die from that. And then kick. Get a Kisara one, bonk, and bonk. There we go. And... Oh. I guess that wasn't in the air one after that? Sure. Oh, whoops. I meant to. I want to see more of Doolene, so we should probably make sure to use at least...
A bit too much healing.
Yeah, you did. That's fine. We do still have the food, so we'll be healing a little bit of it each time, so we'll at least have a heal after every fight. But orange shells. Diamond. Orange gels. Sword sticky. Oh, are we out of that? Wow, we are mostly out of this stuff. Okay. Note to self. We need money so that way we can actually buy healing items. And this part's gonna probably
I
suck,
had a
but...
bad feeling about this.
No, okay. Ow. Okay. Yeah, Kisara is already just about dead. Punch them. Then get up. What else do we got? He's probably not going to be... Oh! Thank you, Kisara, for getting your Mystic Art off. Bonk. I just love the fact that the Mystic Art is just revealed on the ground and tossing a goddamn tidal wave of fire. Bonk. Then go up. Up, up, up. Oh, why did you drop, buddy? I guess we can technically just do that, because the flame sword is always nice for things like this. Then get you down. There we go. Well, he just dropped faster than you can actually get hits out for it. It's actually awful. These go down. There we go. Ooh! After the second one. Doling's arts are probably going to end up looking the best. Ow. Dion, you're very much burning through all of that, but I guess we don't have any mixes anyways, so you kind of have to do that. There we go. Later, Wolverine. 2, 3, 4. No. Okay. There we go. Much better. Get that off. And can burn away. The tunnel to the side. And there's a classic one, which is too bad. Always nice to get the elemental bonk out of the way.
That astral energy was incredible.
I gave
Oh.
it everything I had.
Let's see here. Stonewing Mantle. That's actually good for
I found some equipment.
Rin. Let's see here. Rin, well, not right now. Oh, that's for Doline. Okay. Sure, I mean, Dolahim also deserves some armor. Although I forget it all the time. And you don't actually have an accessory. Oops. There we go.
Let me take a look at it.
Let's see here. A little side cave just had a little bit of money, I believe. So on we go. Probably a good time for a drink, so we're not gonna run into anything for a bit. And remember all to stay hydrated.
More days.
Admittedly, once we're heading into
What were people even
Interesting.
thinking back then?
since we're going to be heading into winter soon, the air is going to get
Maybe they just
significantly
had
drier.
so much time and energy
Or at
on
least
their
in my
hands.
part of the world it does. I just live in parts of the US it does too. But it's going to get a bit drier, so you'll want to make sure to have plenty of liquids on hand, just so that we are not getting too dried out. Don't hit me out of that. Sure. Up, 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 and down. Then get that. Now it's bad to use a rising skill after those things are actually knocked down. Unlike here, where it's actually helpful. Punk, 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 punk. There we go. We get that one again for the ultimate cut. And spin to win. Which is at least helpful. There we go. Remember, a good start is 1 liter of water for every outside above 70 degrees. Yeah, that sounds about right. Ooh. Oh yeah, because I guess the Ren can use the darkness. Good start is 1 liter of water for every hour inside. And 70 Fahrenheit, what is that around? That's around like 15
Looks like it could be
Celsius?
worth something.
Maybe 20 closer to. That sounds about right. Ooh, ladder. Or a ladder.
I sure built
Oh.
up a sweat with this hike.
Rest assured, we have
We
reached
get
the top. It's all
just
downhill
astral
from here. Quite
here.
literally.
So
Astral
the
mess.
stars just up
Oh.
ahead then?
Indeed. If you look,
Where's those kept all the way down there?
mountain is the Lord's key.
What? See, okay, see, I was close to the latter half.
Some kind of old house?
I don't know about that.
Let's see, what's
If I had
over
to guess,
yonder?
it probably served as some kind of shrine.
So it's still a house, in a sense. Just for a god.
Orange gel? Oh. That's not too bad.
Really bad feeling about this.
Admittedly, the bird's not going to be a huge concern. Also, yoink. Just going to steal that spell if at all possible. Oh, right. Okay, get out. Get out, buddy. Get that off. And... Hurt. Swap. I'm not sure how the damage calculations on those actively work, or if the Mystic Arts just act as this kill in this. Either way, I don't find it too much, but... Oh, right. I gotta be careful with those things, to be honest. There we go. Hey, buddy. Please stop that. There. Much better. And should be done. How are you not dead yet? There we go. Ow. At least we definitely know we're headed for the Windy City. That's always nice. I drink more than that because my usual West of the year is 30 and 44.
You want to try holding it?
Ugh. How do you even walk with this thing?
Yeah, admittedly, that's at least one of the slight benefits being in Canada, where we are kind of more so a variable temperature, where it's maybe 30s in the summer and minus 30s in the winter, roughly. We have had some winters, sorry, where it gets down to minus 40, but it's usually minus 30s. Those are at least the good days. The Guitar combo, which is bonk. I like that idea though. Also the fact that she's able to swing around a crystal that large. She's surprisingly beefy. Oh. Which way is the actual progression point? Not that button. There's a few up, apparently. But this way, it's dead end.
Yeah, if only I were.
Minus 30. I mean, it's decently cold. That is, keep in mind with wind chill, which is what makes it actually unbearable. Because it's usually like minus 20, and then with wind chill it gets to minus 30. Wind chill is the one you want to worry about, to be completely honest. But this fight's probably gonna suck, actually, when I think about it, because we don't have any healing. I rarely get like minus 6. Minus 6 is my comfortable temperatures. Minus 6 is like when I go outside in jeans, tennis shoes, and a sweater. And that's the comfortable level that I actually like to keep at. Which is why the summer actively sucks, because it never gets that cold. Oh, that's way too late for that. I'm just gonna get absolutely murdered by that. Gotta be a little careful. One down. Inoki Star. Whoops. Oh god, Rinwell's just about dead. Rinwell? Rinwell? Fans are freaking crazy, I got it. Well, it's more so like we're fairly built for certain types of temperatures anyways. So one of the main complaints you'll end up hearing from people is that like it gets excessively hot in the summer, even though it only gets to like minus 15, minus 20 in some places. Some places it does get like plus 30, and that sucks, especially with humidity. But, oh boy. But our homes are definitely more so built for the winter months, just because they tend to be better at keeping in heat if you don't have any like drafts or anything like that. Can I get blood? Punch it in the air. Nice. Good job, block. But our homes are better at just kind of dealing with the cold, and we obviously have more of an infrastructure in general to like half coats available, and boots, and all of the snow care stuff, and all of the salt care stuff.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Oh, and that requires CP to actually. God damn it. Do. Items. Only got like one of these left, I think. Yeah. We're gonna have to use it on this guy. Oh well, up and at it, boy. Came here looking for food and weapons, but it's nothing but Zoogles now. Not that I have anything to worry about because of you now. Just a good quality Tempest stone. Not really sure what the benefit of that is, but sure, we at least have a little bit of healing, which probably should just be now, in all honesty. No, go over to Shion, please. Let's see. Cover begins healing once allies' physical ailments. Probably should just apply that a little bit on the main crew. There we go. Healing definitely gets a little bit tight in this one. My body is built for 5 to 30. My body is very much built for the negatives, to be completely honest with you, Jasper. That's part of the reason why I just don't like summer that much, even though my birthday is there.
Let me know if you need healing.
My birthday being there is admittedly the only good point about summer existing, but... or at least conceptually. Obviously there are other reasons to like it, but if it's not dealing with other people, I don't really care about summer, to be completely honest. Bird? Fun. Then double demon thing because you are stuck on the ground. There, yeah, well, that's better. But we all kind of have our own full levels to begin with, so I know obviously, like I keep saying, mine's around -5, at least in terms of the comfortable level. I don't mind it getting to -20, personally, but it gets a little bit trickier just because it depends on the wind chill at that point as to whether or not like your facial hair freezes or not. And your facial hair freezing kinda sucks. The only time you'd be comfortable visiting is like January, February. Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Like, I'll still go to the US if I need to, because I can survive these temperatures, just I don't like going there, but I have to. Hey! Ah, that's what the impact cross is from. Okay.
I feel sprightlier than
Yeah, I do prefer just the colder temperatures in general. It's not like it's inherently a bad thing when it's higher temps, but there, the US kind of sucks.
Still thinking about how to act.
Well, it's also more so the fact I don't really have
Obvious,
like I have
Except
friends
I
in the
don't
US,
think I'll be
obviously,
changing much
just
after
we
all.
never really
Don't
visit.
get me wrong, I'm not going to stay his servant. However, I am going to treat him like a fellow comrade, the same way I would with you or anyone else. For as long as I can remember, I've spent my life protecting others.
Boy,
But isn't that what friends do
that
too?
gun, I need you to
Support
snap
and
back,
protect one
please.
another in times of need?
Which in the end pretty much means doing as you've always done, right?
Oh
If
boy,
that's what you're most comfortable with, I'm certainly not
that's
going
gonna
to
be
give you any
awkward,
grief over it.
snapping back into place later.
Actually, I've been thinking about
I
how
don't
I ought
know
to act
why
around
it's
you
not
all
doing
as
it
well.
now.
Oh?
When I set out
Oh,
on
well.
this journey, it was to rid Eldman and Sia of its
And,
enemies.
like, don't get
and
me wrong,
search for
there are parts
wisdom
of
in the
Canada
outside
that
world.
suck too. I know,
Wisdom
like,
that
the
I could
US
potentially
has
put to use on my return.
political concerns
I'm
in
grateful to you
a
all for
short
letting me
version of
tag
that,
along.
but it's
But it got
also
me
kind of
thinking.
just a point that, because
What
I
am
have gone
actually
to
contributing by being here?
a bit
What
of
are you
a
talking about?
weird story,
You got
I
a
guess,
weapon, don't you?
because I
It's
was
helping
dating
out.
someone back in the
Is
day
it
who
though?
lived in
Sometimes I wish there was more I
both
could be
high
doing to pull my...
and I did visit them once.
Oops. Sorry
Nice
about that.
family, nice people.
Jeez, I'm
Just
famished.
obviously I suck at dating.
Now that you mention it...
So I
what do you
have
guys
gone to
normally
the
do for
US
food
a
and
few
meals when
times
you're out and
for
about on your travels?
visiting
What do
certain
you mean, what do we
people,
do?
or the
Find stuff
ones
to eat
I
and
was
eat it.
in
So
the
long as it's meat,
Scouts,
I'm not fussy.
where we went
Eating what you
to,
like can be good for morale in the
God,
short
what the
term.
fuck was it
But you
called?
need to think about your diet if you want to stay healthy.
The
Does
Jamboree
that
or
mean
something?
eating vegetables too?
Isn't that
And we
obvious?
went to the US
It
by
does,
bus to hang
which
out
I
with
guess
pretty much a
hasn't
bunch
been
of other
happening up
Canadian
till
scout
now.
groups and the Boy
Yeah,
Scouts
to
of
be
America
honest,
groups and all
we
that.
could be eating better than we
If it
do.
weren't for the fact I was gonna give all my
Understood.
friends
In that
authentic
case, I'll just have to
Arizonan
make sure you're
Mexican
all
food,
staying
I'd go
healthy and
visit
eating
foreign
right
friends
myself.
elsewhere.
Fortunately, I happen to know a thing or two
No,
about
that's fair,
cooking as well.
Jasper. That's
You
fair.
hear that, Law?
All things
Sounds like
considered, you
you'll
want
be
to
eating
share
your
like
greens
local
after all.
cuisine. You just want to make sure that your culture is felt as well. So
What is it?
it is always
No,
nice
sorry,
when
it's
you
just-
can't get that
I
across.
was just wondering if you had any thoughts on all this.
It will do her good to have a project.
No, not Kisara. I meant you. Was there anything you wanted to add?
I'm just like, come here, I have tasty
Certainly
food.
you're not looking to me for culinary skill, I
No,
hope.
and that's definitely understandable. I
Typical
don't really
woman,
have much in
leaving
terms of like
everything to someone else.
local cuisine
Greenwell, I don't
in
think...
my part of the world.
That
This
said,
is a
should you
fairly
need
small
my skills on
town,
the battlefield,
but
please rest assured I have
there
no
is
intention
a
of
local
shirking my
diner.
responsibilities.
Not that they
regardless
have
of who
anything
we may
specific
face.
that would be counted as
I'm
local
sure no
food,
one
but it's
does
all
that.
good food, at
Listen,
least.
guys, if we're traveling together, we should probably at least try to make an effort to get to know one another.
And sadly, my family was
I wouldn't get your
a touch
expectations
British,
too high in that
so they don't
regard.
have much food
Believe it or not,
expectations.
sometimes I'm not sure I even know myself all that well.
And a lot of these kids. This honestly feels almost a little
You
more
look
than
like you're
Berserk
taking
was so far.
Not exactly.
Although it might also just be we're going through it faster.
Oh?
Etiquette?
Indeed. To be quite frank, I find your lack of manners to be nigh intolerable.
That's not being frank, that's being an... Forget it. We really need to talk about this now.
Yes, I find such impropriety on your parts to be deeply unsettling. It concerns me greatly.
What do you want us to do? We were slaves. We never got to learn how to be proper like you.
Yeah, what he said. Maybe you missed how we were just focused on surviving.
Perhaps, but Kisara here demonstrates that it's quite possible for a Denon to learn proper manners.
Yeah, proper
That's
manners
because I was given
during
the
a
opportunity
courtyard.
to learn. Moreover, my duties as a guardsman required it. Not every realm is like Menancia, as you well know.
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to hold us to some other city standards.
I was wondering if a conversation like this would come up, so glad to hear they're at least getting it out open air.
I will concede that you do indeed make a valid point. It would appear, for all my
Really?
espousing the virtues of equality between
Not sure
our
if I
peoples,
visited Lily on
I'm
this
still looking
account,
down on the
actually.
two of you.
They wouldn't be able to make the link to my other one,
I
but
wasn't that offended by what you said, man.
we'll have to see who we can
Nevertheless, I
reach
shall
tonight.
mind my words from here
It's
on out.
fairly busy
Having
on
said that,
Thursday.
I
At
do
least it
believe you two
usually
would
is.
still benefit from learning the basics of proper society.
Charisma.
I would be more than happy to teach you both when we camp out,
Do-do-do-do.
if you like.
Yeah,
Who
no,
is actually
I'll pass.
available right now?
Acting all
We're not
prim and
ending
proper
anytime
is really
soon. We're only in like the first
If
hour.
you say so.
But
How about you, Law? Would you like to learn?
Thursdays are usually
Although I suppose
decently
my first
busy
task is
to
to
deal
reform
with
your
the
attitude toward
rest
the
of
idea
the
of
whole
etiquette.
Friday rush.
You're not gonna let this go, are you?
And has a lot of people right now. Assuming she's doing okay then. Super flare-ups. Yeah, a lot of people on. I guess I'll have to take a bit of a look when we're actually closer to end game, but for end of stream. Oh yeah, we really need to find a camp. Please give us a camp soon. Because we're out of food and we're out of healing, so... Oh, her thorns are acting up? Why are her thorns acting up?
Hey, let's stop for a minute.
What's up? You already tired?
My armor's pretty heavy. I think I need a little rest.
I second that. All of this walking is starting to take its toll on me as well.
What?
Hey, look at that.
We
They
can't spend
notice.
the time. There's places we need to be. Mahag-Sar's capital, Niaz, is our destination right now.
But if one of us collapses,
Hmm.
it will only serve to slow us down. And in your case, Alphen is the only one who could carry you. Best to rest while you have the opportunity.
Enough already. I need a break, so we're taking one.
Alvin, being the stubborn little child that he is. He is trying to help at least, so
I don't
that's
need
good.
you fretting over me.
Fretting? Hey, it's not like I'm...
Oh, they act like high school children. That's adorable. But I guess that is kind of the main shift right now, at least with Alvin and Shion. Or at least they're kind of, oh. Well, he looks important. Hey, asshole.
Been looking for you.
Is he the leader of the Windy City? Because, ow. Jesus. And of course he can dodge rifle shots. But considering he's just gliding, yeah, he has to be the Windy City ruler. There's no way he isn't.
He's tough.
Who are you? Said you were looking for me. Why?
Or at the very least, he's just a Renin who knows about his past, so always good to see more of him. Oh, we actually have to fight him.
Then
Why are we fighting? Oh, okay, they're nice. They actually refilled your healing gauge for this. It's a good thing we have no items.
who even are you?
Oh, I was thinking of the wrong combat. Ow! He hurts like... He's...
Who the hell are you?
He's very much slow. If he's not the ruler of the Windy City, I would be very fucking surprised. Because that is a really weird style of sword fighting. Also, did they expect us to actually beat him in this fight, or is this a... How am I not hitting with anything? Oh well. I want to make people my favorite hot weather beverage. And what is your favorite hot weather beverage, Jasper? What? Just because I know people tend to have a few options when it comes down to beverages like that. Out of curiosity, am I just pure manual? I am on pure manual. Maybe that's why I'm missing everything. Ow. For spotters. I don't know what that is, actually. I'm hoping I said that right, though. Ow. I'm also noticing his lack of being stunned. Oh. Oh, he's dead. Okay. I don't have any light bottles. I have an elixir, but those are not great. Although I'm not sure if we're supposed to weak this. Because how much health does he have? 100,000? There we go. The Mexican blended ice and fruit drink. Oh, okay. That's not too bad. And breaking him is awkward. And down. Can we just do that? Yeah, the fact that we're actually for healing party is quite bad. Okay, we aren't supposed to win this. Good. Thank God. Because he was kicking our story asses. Yeah, we're not exactly a match for him. Yeah. He definitely feels like the next boss, to be honest. And just throw the punchy boy on the ground. Good work. Oh. Oh, Law, you get no love out of this section. That might be a good thing. Oh God, Brinwell. Oh God, that's how you kill a mage. Jesus. And Poodle. What do you got, Poodle? He's just gonna punch Poodle, isn't he? Oh, he was actually just gonna kill Poodle right then and there. Jesus, he has no chill whatsoever. Elephant is at least his best match so far, but it is definitely pushing him. That. Ow. Oh, he just stomped on my sword hand. He's a good fighter.
Is that all that you've got?
Dude, we're like halfway through the adventure at best.
Then die.
Oh, hey, we got shot off. Nice. Good job, Shia. Uh-oh. She actually shot out his eye. And he was fine with that. Or at the very least, she grazed his eyebrow. Oh. He's fairly pissed now. Ooh. Hey, we're glowing.
A wretch like you.
Oh. That's not good. That's really not good. Yeah, I kind of figured that was coming. Are we gonna get an answer to what the hell Alphen's eye is doing? Because that's a step in the park, and he's to blame. He gives love a bad name. But,
Till next time.
so he just stabbed the girl in the face. Jerk ass ran.
Shion, wake up.
So from a
please.
local paper, if you're unfamiliar with Raspados, they're similar to shaved ice, particularly comes with fruit ice cream.
Elfin?
Shion.
The Chera? The
Thanks,
Chera?
but you're kind of crushing me.
Sweet condensed milk. Or their
It's okay.
older versions with spicy candy.
And so am I.
And Amoy. Okay, good. She can heal her own stab wound through the chest. That's always handy. Why couldn't Eris do that? Although, that does raise questions. The fuck happened with Alpha in there?
It's not as bad as it looks.
Not bad. That's... Shion, we thought
I'm
you were...
fine. Really.
Just casually get stabbed in the Master Core, that's all.
What the hell were you thinking?
Well, you were trying to protect me too, you know.
Yeah,
Top
but I
10
had the
reasons
sword.
Tifo's a better
It's
waifu
different.
than
It's
waifu
not
than Eris.
Besides, Never mind. It's
Admittedly,
nothing.
yeah.
Anyway, thank you.
Tifa also, well,
But
no,
I
Aerith also
didn't-
likes punching people in the face. Just Aerith doesn't really get the
Look.
chance to.
I'm just glad that you're...
Oh, hey, we're getting some flashbacks. I mean, it's good that we're finally getting a little bit more memory back, but it's gonna take a hot minute before we do.
Alphin?
Sorry. I...
Sorry, my amnesia's clearing
That guy
slightly.
said he'd be back. I think maybe we should get moving before he returns, right?
Rinwell has a good point. We need to go.
I'm surprised
Shion,
Brindle isn't just
are you sure you're
dead
okay?
from that. That looks brutal to a mage. Come on, Duoline.
Shion, are you sure you're okay?
I mean, she just got stabbed through the
I already
abdomen.
applied some healing arts to it. It didn't even leave a scar.
But his sword went nearly straight through you.
I'm all right. Unless I've turned into some kind of ghost and I'm haunting you all right now.
Okay,
No,
good.
no, you're not.
She has a sense of
It's
humor about dying.
Look,
That's good, at least.
I appreciate you looking out for me, but I'm fine. Really.
There was also that strange light that appeared when Shion was stabbed. It seemed to make the enemy retreat when he saw it. Alphen, do you have any idea what it might have been?
No, but it's clearly emanating
I
from me.
don't know. I was kind of preoccupied with other things at the time.
Now that I think of it, between that light and the blazing sword, just what sort of person are you, Alphen? Can you use Danon astral arts like Rinwell, perhaps?
He wouldn't know, Dohalim. He doesn't have any memories from his past, remember? Besides, we should really be getting out of here.
I suppose you're right.
I guess the main
Forgive
plot
me.
of the story is just
We've
getting
almost
Alphins
reached Nias,
and
the
Nita
capital of
spread
Mars.
away. And we'll
If that
figure it
helps,
out once we
we'll
actually
find a
get to
place
that
there
point.
for Shion to rest.
Careful.
Hey,
Yeah, everyone's a wee bit tired after having. And oh, missed signals.
How are you holding up after
Really?
the last fight? You're not too hurt, are you?
I'm fine. Really.
Very awkward
See for
skin to
yourself.
get now.
If things get too tough out there, go ahead and fall back. I can take a beating if I need to.
I'm not here just to stand around and have everyone protect me.
I get that.
You know,
There's
you
nothing
leaped
wrong
in
with
front of
admitting
that
you have
sword.
weaknesses too.
Do I look like I'm just trying to put on a brave face
Time to
to
walk
you?
the puppy back in a bit. Alright, Nun, hopefully the pup walking goes well for you.
But you still can.
And assuming you're done with work at the very least, so. Congrats on finishing work.
Look, I appreciate you're trying to look out for me, but even you go down in fights from time to time.
Go down and fights a lot.
Please,
Stop trying to babysit me. It's getting old.
It's not that. I just...
Notifications, at least. See here. Alrighty, on we go. Looks like this was just mainly a fighting arena for him, to be honest. That's not inherently a bad thing. He was kind of a jerk. Although still no campsite, which is a little bit concerning. Maybe here? Yeah, the blazing sword. The blazing sword's fairly powerful. Thank you for the sip, Jasper. Really stand up in all honesty. I've been sitting for most of the day. Also, Nias looks kind of dead. Gonna be honest with you.
Are we in the right place? This place looks like a mess.
Oh.
Yes, this is Niez, the capital of Mahag Sar.
I
Or
don't see
Niaz,
any
sorry.
signs of people. And the buildings.
Yeah, this doesn't seem like the kind of place people would actually live.
This looks like a
No
battlefield
soldiers,
already.
no cannons, not a soul to be seen. Yet look at these facades. This is clearly a Renin district.
Hey, check out that drawing on the castle gate.
Did the revolution
Darkwing
actually
crest.
happen? The Darkwing.
It's
Darkwing
from an
ducks?
old Danon legend about a hero who defeated an evil king with a torch and their trusty owl. That's his crest. I'm sure of it.
Oh, we're dealing with
Really?
Vigilante then.
First time I'm hearing it. So if someone drew it on the gate...
That means that they've freed the
It must
town
mean the
from
Renans
Renans.
have lost control of the city.
Yeah,
Are
Kinda
suggesting
seems like the
that
Darkwings
Danon
are
rose up and
dealing with
defeated
it.
the Lord here? Hard to believe, but not entirely unthinkable given the evidence.
I mean, we are
Search
kind of the
around
main
and see if we
character,
can find someone.
but we did
They
it.
might be able to tell us what happened.
We early gamed one of the lords, and presumably the lord here is still alive.
This is
Otherwise,
horrible.
Is there
Oh.
truly no one here?
there's an owl somewhere here.
All of
There
these
wasn't one.
ruins look like they were made pretty recently.
But if that's the case, then where do you think the people that used to live here went off to? There must have been Danons and Renans, right?
Heck, what the hell is wrong
That's a
with
good
you today?
question. Even if the Danons rebelled and managed to overthrow the Renans here, there should still
Right.
be some people around.
Maybe when I
It's
sleep
debris.
it'll click back into
Do you
place,
think it could be the work
but
of
it feels
Renin
like it's a
astrolites?
segment forward where it needs to be.
But the appearance of these ruins is rather uniform, which leads me to believe otherwise.
Hey, Rinwell. That story you told us about the Dark Wings. It said that the evil king was vanquished with a holy flame, right?
Which
Yeah,
would mean
that's
that there's Danons fighting
There
there.
might be some truth to that old story after all. It looks like all the rubble here had been scarred by flames.
Let's not jump to any conclusions just yet. If we can
Although
find
we're
someone
gonna have to
around
be
here,
careful
we
since
might
we're
be able
carrying
to
the
get them to
blazing
tell us
sword.
what happened.
They'll probably think that we're linked to it somehow. Blazing Dolan.
Dohalim, you forgot to take care of the fire yesterday.
What do you mean, take care of? Ah, yes. You meant to put it out?
Yep. If it stays lit, we could end up in real trouble real fast.
I see. I apologize for not realizing that.
Oh,
I shall be more careful in the future.
The way he's talking,
Gotta get the
it's
prince boy.
like the thought of putting it out himself never even occurred to him.
yeah.
Moving on, Dohalim, I should mention that the clasp for your cape is about to come undone.
Oh yes, I tried to fix that myself, but it simply refused to cooperate with me.
I can't
Dohalim
believe
is
I'm
very
hearing
used to
this.
being a
Are
lord.
you telling me Renans can't even dress themselves?
Lords like Dohalim have attendants that take care of just about everything they need.
But
So I'm not surprised he sometimes struggles with the basics.
Dohalim,
Even by those
Dohalim,
standards, you've got to admit
innocent
this is
baby
still
boy.
a little extreme.
Shion has got a point. I mean, you don't see Renans like her needing so much help to get stuff done.
In my case, circumstances forced me to learn how to be independent. Even so, I still think Dohalim could afford to pick up a few more self-sufficient skills.
it might be a good.
Well, specifically
He
speaking,
seems like he's been
what would
raised
you
with a
suggest
silver
that I
spoon
learn?
in his mouth,
For
so
starters, I think it'd be good
Aside
for you to
from
learn how to dress.
having to kill
and
his
put on
friends.
shoes. How to comb your hair is equally important, and learning to manage your possessions better. And then from there,
She sounds like his mom rattling all that off.
Oh, and another thing. About your owl, Rinwell.
What is it?
When
What's
he
wrong
first
with Poodle?
moved, would you be willing to give me his old feathers? I think I could find a use for them.
What do you intend to do with those?
With Poodle's old
recently,
feathers?
I haven't been sleeping well. However, I hear pillows made from
Oh.
owl feathers are very comfortable and wish to make one.
Poodle?
This is why I hate you, Renans!
I mean, he's asking...
Did I say something offensive?
Next time, put your own needs aside for a second and think about how someone might react first. Then consider if it's worth asking at all.
I mean, he asked when Poodle molted. So when it's gonna lose the feathers anyway, it's not by forcefully plucking them all out. So he could have done significantly worse right now. You don't have to get, like, super pissy about it. Let's just see here. Very ruined city, with not much around, except for apparently an owl. Oh, right there. Hey there. And they're green here. Oh, the red rose corsage. Okay. That's not too bad. 18
Maybe
owls
something's
sighted.
going on in the forest.
Oh. Well, we'll go to the forest once we hit 20. Just because it'd be nice to see what the heck is actually happening here. It's... oh. It's locked. Okay. How do we get into the city then? Or is there a side path we're gonna need to end up taking that I just missed? Oh, yeah, there's a side path. Weird. Okay, let's just go to the other side, shall we? Do-do-do. Oh, that's probably for a Coliseum.
Windmills? They're huge.
They're most likely used to harvest
Oh.
wind astral energy.
Yeah.
They have to be big.
The Windy City. We're gonna be dealing with a lot of blowhards here. It's not inherently a problem, but... oh well. Okay. Leaflets go online. Okay. There's the local slime. Or at least the popular slime. I don't think Leaf is local. I don't know if there are any Canadian slimes out there, actually.
All of you, stop right there. Don't
Oh,
move.
there are people around.
They have us surrounded.
Who are you? Where did you come from?
You first! Show yourself!
I'm the one asking the questions here. Don't try anything funny. One wrong move, and I guarantee we'll blow you away.
Oh, really now?
What are you...
That much astral energy?
My name is Alphen. I came here from Calaglia.
I think he's just trying to hear it out, to be honest.
The wielder of the blazing sword?
Yep.
Getting pretty famous, isn't he?
Yes. I got it right here. Would you like to see the torch that burns my hand to a crisp?
Will that suffice? Or do I have to burn down one of those houses to make my point?
No need. I believe you.
I guess the Great Flame Swordsman is kind of a hard act to pull off.
I'm Bayfon of the Darkwings.
Hi there,
Sorry to blow you
NPC
away.
Model 1.
We're still hunting down the remnants of the enemy forces. So everyone's more than a bit on edge right now. Please forgive me.
I mean, fair, but
Wait,
calm down, buddy.
you already took down the Lord of this realm?
That's right. We took her weapons and turned them right back on her.
Oh,
Are you the Danon leader here in Niez?
okay.
Nah, I'm just one of the commanders. Deadeye's the one who runs the show. I'd be happy to take you to him. Just one problem.
And that is...
The Renans. Seems the rumors you were running with them were true.
yeah, there's a couple here.
You do understand, right? I mean, we only just liberated the city from their kind. Everyone's short on trust. And for good reason. Especially Deadeye. I think it'd be best if those two waited outside.
How can they tell from a glance, though?
Not going to happen.
I don't think it's a good idea for us to split up. It's too dangerous.
Then it's on your head, friend. Our base is that way.
Okay, so
You
basically
could've
we'll
left
just
me
have to deal
behind,
with it.
you know.
This isn't just about you, Dohalim.
Ah, yes.
Silly old
I guess
Dolan.
even after you beat the Renans, your work's only really just begun, huh?
Yeah. This place seems like
What
it's got a
else
lot
is
of issues
there?
to fix.
Oh. It
Not
just
this way, I guess.
won't physically let us go to that door. Okay, kind of sad, but we'll take it. Anyways, hello, anti-running forces. Would you like to tell us what's actually going on? We're just gonna bring a
So
couple of
you're
Renans in your
Alphen,
base.
are ya? Thought you'd be bigger. Huh. Guess the armor beefs you up a bit.
It really does, because he's kind of a twig. He
You've
kind of
got a
fits into
lot of
that
people
twonk
talking,
category, to be honest, but more so
In this
the,
town, I call
I guess,
the
twonk,
shots.
not twonk,
You play by my rules here. Just remember that.
because he is definitely a punk by definition,
Gotta
but
say, I didn't expect
he's
you
a
to run with a
skinny
gang
boy.
of women and kids. Those other lords must have been real pushovers, huh?
This guy's being a
Are you
bit
just
of a
rude
dick.
to everyone you meet?
Don't interrupt me, you brat. Didn't your parents teach you any manners?
Why, you?
So you're the one who took down the lord of this realm, huh? How'd you pull that off?
We just swiped the Renan's explosives. And then we blasted them all to hell and back.
So he is an
Explosives.
unnecessary
That's a pretty bold
bad, to be
approach.
completely
But how'd
honest.
you manage to avoid hurting your own people?
I
He
did
probably
not tell.
didn't, yeah.
The chance to take out a lord was worth the sacrifice.
So he went the hard mode route,
And the Lord?
or
What did
just the
they sacrifice
genocide
for
route.
you?
Unfortunately, we couldn't manage to finish her off.
Oh, she's not dead.
Now we've really got the girl on the run.
She ran? A lord?
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
The lady was just a coward. She had a whole lot more bark than bite, that's for sure. She's probably hiding off in a hole somewhere. But not for
This is
long.
gonna be a bit awkward.
We'll find her and drag her right back into town. Then she'll get what's coming to her.
I wouldn't be so sure. She may run, but she'll never go quiet.
Shut up, Bright Eyes!
How did
I
they
would have
tell?
run you through already if you weren't with the blazing sword here.
The whole reason you're fighting is to free the Danans in this realm, is it not? If so,
Shut your
then...
mouth, witch! That's enough! If you're really fighting for us Danans, why keep these bastards around? Why haven't you killed them already?
I'm not going to kill these bastards.
Is that the case, huh? Then tell me the point of this show.
They're my friends.
Hey, there's the word of the day. Gotta believe in your friends.
Friends? Renans are Renans. The scum-sucking bastards who've been draining our souls for 300 years now!
Not all of them.
But you knew that.
This guy. Oh, they really shouldn't have had that stuff I loved for so long.
Our friends and more.
This guy is very much a bag. Ooh, there we go. So we're not gonna get along with these. It seems painfully obvious what they're trying to sell at the end. But
You'll pay for that!
That's enough! Deadeye, you know that was completely uncalled for.
a little bit, yeah.
All of you, get the hell out of my realm! And don't ever come back! This is Danan's realm and it's ours, understand? I call the shots here. And I make the rules. I do, Deadeye, leader of the Dark Way!
Yeah! Deadeye!
He seems like more of a dictator than some of the Renans that we've seen, to be completely
You're not
honest.
afraid of any bright eyes!
It's only a matter of time.
But I
before
mean,
throw
we're
every
done
last
here.
Deadeye out of this realm!
The Dark Wings! The Dark Wings rule!
Also, he's kind of making a ragtag gang based off of a really popular symbol to begin with that isn't actually his. So, clearly there's something up here. Are we going to investigate this, or are we just going to move on to the next land? Hey there. You don't seem
Told
like
you
a
so,
complete
didn't I?
asshole.
You should have left your Renan pals outside.
You don't agree with him, do you? I could tell by the look on your face in there.
That's how things are with him. He loses his temper, then I step in and calm things down.
Better you than me.
If
But
that's
that can
all,
only last
I
for
think
so
it's
long,
past
dude.
time we were going.
Look, I just wanted to apologize for what Deadeye said in there.
At least somebody's got some manners around here.
He didn't used to be like that. But, well, that's what losing most of your loved ones will do to a man. He may never forgive the Renans.
It's a little ironic how indistinguishable his manner is to that of a lord.
Hey, Beifon? Deadeye mentioned the Lord is still on the run. Any ideas where she might be?
We looked all over, but found no traces of her. We heard some rumblings about activity in Estaluva Forest, but that's it.
Estaluva, huh?
Wait.
So we're gonna go find her?
Certainly won't win you any favors with Deadeye.
This isn't Deadeye's war, and we're certainly not fighting it for him. Besides, it's like Shion said, her type isn't going to go quietly.
I wonder,
Hey,
new
it's
recruit?
your funeral. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Because we've got
We'll be sure to
6.
keep you out of it. Before we
6
set out, though,
is kind of a
is
big
there
enough
anywhere
party
around
for a
here we can
Telltale
rest?
game.
Sure. Building at the end
But
of the
are
road
they gonna
opposite
give us
side.
any more?
It's all yours.
Are they gonna
We
kill
use it as
anyone off?
temporary lodging to house people who don't have a new place to live quite yet.
We're not going to run into any trouble there, are we?
Rumors of a certain fiery sword have spread fast. I doubt anyone will be eager to give you guys problems. And here's where I say my farewell. You're on your own, but good hunting.
Alright, thank you, white-haired
Before you
buddy.
go, how come you don't hate the Renans as well?
Because he's probably a Renin.
Oh, believe me, I've got my bone to pick with the Renans. Just not with 2 of them I've never so much as laid eyes on before.
See, he's smart. He just has the problem with specific Renins. Not every single Renin on the planet.
Let's head on over to that lodge. We'll figure out what our next move is there.
So it kind of seems like we're going to be going on a little bit of a witch hunt. So we'll have to see what actually comes about with that. I'm not sure if they'll actually give us that I'm the dictator. Yeah,
I
pretty
get
much.
the feeling Deadeye signed up to be a rebel, so he could have a rooster rule. Heck, he's no better than a lord. In some ways, he's even worse.
Kinda
I
is,
know.
actually.
How could he use explosives on his own people?
And yet, despite the toll of his actions, none of the Danans we've seen seem to question his assumed authority in the least. If anything, they may well consider him a hero, which would say a great deal toward how deeply they resented the Renans here.
Still,
I don't
think this
fully
is as
agree with
simple
that
as saying
method,
the
though.
good guys won out over the bad ones.
I
Yeah, I
don't
don't
always
either.
like bringing up that
Deadeye might have
argument
managed
of
to
being
drive the
needs of the
Renans
many
out of
versus the
Mias,
needs of the few,
But that doesn't
but
make the way he did it okay.
if
No
he's
matter
just
which way you look
so
at it.
easy to just, oh hey, if we just
Victory
pop
that's
some
earned by
dynamite
throwing
on
away
the
the
fight,
lives
we
of
can
his
kill
own
her.
people.
But he did
No,
kill his own
there
men
isn't a
to
victory
chase
at
her
all.
away.
I
He
can
didn't even
understand
finish
the
the job,
Danans
he
here
just
standing
chased
up
her
against the
away.
oppression, but that doesn't mean they have to
And
humiliate
all that
all
means
Renans
now
just to
is
settle
that
the
she's
score.
going to have
I'm
more of a
perfectly able to
score
stand up for myself,
and have
Alvin.
more time to
Besides,
prep
I'm used to it by...
to try
You
and
shouldn't
raise the
have
rest
to
of the
be
damage
Shion.
here back to the
It's
ground.
just what I mean to say is,
Or at least retake
you've been a
overall.
slave for so long. It's easy to accept that's how it should be because it's all you've ever known. Constantly being belittled is no different. I don't think that's fair. For me or for you.
Just gotta trust us, Shion. We're trying to
I
provide
just
you with a
don't know,
better
man.
life.
Don't know what?
Deadeye managed to drive out a real live Renan lord. That's incredible. And he seems to have a lot of supporters
Oh.
surrounding him too.
Actually, there's
But he's got
probably
an
a reason
attitude
he was
worse
able
than any
to.
angry Zoogle.
What if the
Plus,
Renin
Mias
Lord
is
here
an
is a
utter
child?
ruins. I don't have a clue what his game is.
Like, if the Renin Lord
The
here is a
Renans are powerful.
child,
And because
then
of that, it takes
it
a
makes
strong
it seem
leader
like
to
it would
have any
be
hope
easier
of
to drive
toppling
them out, because all they'd have to do is deal with the guards, and the guards are fairly easy to trust, but the lords have always been the
Ultimately,
problem.
it's just business as usual.
But if the Lord was
If
the
it'd been
easy
Zephyr instead of
part,
Deadeye,
then
I don't think things would have
revolution
turned
would
out
seem
like this.
fairly easy.
Rinwell.
Yeah, I think so too. Zephyr did things differently top to bottom. He's not the kind of person who would have
No.
forced his own views or decisions on other people.
That too.
When you do that,
He's a bit too
ruling over
gung-ho
others,
about
bleeding them.
just kill
To
Renans.
be
It doesn't matter
honest,
how we
I
get
don't
to
know
that
what I would
point.
have wanted my dad to do if he was in that position.
Law.
The whole thing feels weird in a way. It's a weird kind of feeling, but at the same time, part of me also
Ugh.
feels happy. Deadeye
Guess
and
my
my
yawns
dad
are
are
gonna
two
catch
very
on
different
screen.
men. For
Oh
now,
well, sorry
I'm
about
content
that.
knowing that.
Hopefully the yawning gives you a chance to kind of power really getting 3 in a row.
The city is liberated, and yet the air still hums with fear and anxiety. It
Yeah.
reminds me all too well of how Vicente once was.
Hums? You mean like music?
Yeah, none of this sounds like music to my ears. In fact, I've never seen any Danans with musical instruments in my life.
You don't need instruments to play music. It can emerge naturally from the sounds of people going about their day and the hustle and bustle of life.
Although I do like
You
that
seem
he's
to care
phrasing
a lot
this.
about music, Dohalim. I didn't know that about you.
Have I not mentioned it? Before I was a candidate for the lordship, I had my heart set on the life of a musician.
He did kind of have
You?
the title
A
in
musician?
house.
Indeed,
So
music enriches
that
the
would make
world
the most
around us.
sense.
I trained day and night to hone my art. Words could not describe my bliss, as my notes carried with them the sights and sounds of nature, the ebb and flow of
So
time,
he's a bard.
and the thoughts of people on the wind.
He's functionally just a bard.
Dohalim.
Although he is getting lost in
My
thought.
loquaciousness can get the best of me at times.
Don't apologize.
Loquaciousness
It's
is
interesting
not
what
a
women
word
culture
I'm
is
sorry,
like.
often, dude.
Even though the Renans destroyed all of our art.
Oh, what does that even define to?
Personally, I was interested in the music of Dana as well. The fact that generations of lords deemed music to be of no use to their slaves and outright forbade the ownership of instruments
Oh,
is lamentable.
Spacious.
Not that my words can undo the damage already done.
Quality being... Okay, so it's just being chatty. That's why people don't use the word loquacious when they can just say chatty. Hey, the bearded buddy. What's up? Or masked buddy. Why is everyone to be such cowards? We don't get taken care of. Things never gonna change. Then what's got you down? Zoogles, that's what. Pretty common variety of them, to be more specific. Rumors say it's the Lord's favorite kind of Zoogle, so people are afraid to go anywhere near them. I can understand their hesitation. If you need them gone, we're more than capable of taking them out for you. Hold on, I don't want to just exterminate them. If you could bring back any usable materials from them, that'd be great, too. You want us to retrieve Zoogle parts? Are you building something? Not building, just studying. If you can demonstrate that even fearsome, dangerous Zoogles can be used to make handy tools, that'll motivate people to hunt them more. You can't always expect folks like you to come along and solve all our problems for us, after all. If you're trying to be more self-sufficient, that's very commendable of you. Actually, about those materials you're looking for, this isn't what you're talking about, is it? Oh yeah, it totally is. Could I convince you to share some of what you have with me? Oh, demi-human muscles. That's a weird thing to gather, but sure. Yeah, go ahead and help yourself. I'd rather go to someone who can use it than keep it weighing us down. Great, you're one generous bunch of people, you know that? Now just see just what I can turn all this into. I'm sure I'll be able to make something useful. Thank you so much. And we get the roasted... Why did we get the roasted chicken recipe from handing him people's goddamn biceps? Oh. Skill panels. Wow. That random fight actually gave us a significant amount. Increased boosted strike damage. Get that going. We'll probably have to delve into the rest of the... I think this is a treasure hunting tree. Yeah. Oh. Law also had one. There we go. And we just need that. Just so that we can finish that off and get attacked up on him. There we go. Oh. Also, brain. Try this again. To actually flag on people. Especially you. There we go. Art casting mobility. Those okay, yeah, we're getting that. What about you? Can you get that? Or no, Ringwall specifically. But what else can we... Probably want to finish that off, just that way we can get it. Can you get some form of movement while casting? Increased boost. All that. Owls met 80%. Items collect 50%. Bibliophile. And solo training grounds. I'm assuming everyone has one of the solo training grounds back in Descent, but we'll kind of have to test that out later. Hitter jump, increased battle start. Mainly because we kind of needed to level people up for those. The solo grinds were kind of awkward to begin with gauge from defeats. There we go. We are in that. Let's see here. There was a house we could use technically, but where can we actually get to it? Because that's the obvious base. There's just a bunch of people out here. Grateful the Rams are gone, never has to be surviving will be this hard. Yeah, surviving can be fairly hard when you dismantle the government, my dude. Headquarters of Dark Wings, temporary accommodations. At some point, I imagine we'll build something better and move into that. Yeah, we're gonna have to see how they actually handle this, because this feels very dictatory.
Not this way, I guess.
Oh, we can't go that way? Why can we not go this way? The Akfodl Hills lie across this gate. If you venture southwest, you'll find the road to Atten Lake. If you go northwest instead, you'll eventually find the Astaluva Forest. Stay west and you'll come upon the Atten Ruin. Wherever you go, you're bound to encounter first as equals, so travel with caution. Sure. And I heard from someone named who stormed Almitra's castle that you couldn't find the spirit vessel. Oh. Well, that's concerning. I guess we'll have to see if we can find it. Ah, yeah, okay. So this is where the accommodations are? Okay, the Fruit of Helgen. I'm glad that that was kind of dealt with quickly. Let's see here. We got everybody here? Yeah. Everybody's here. The Blazing Sword. You're welcome to stay here, but just don't cause any trouble while you're here. Oh.
That Deadeye creep
Right, that's
certainly has a
West.
few screws loose,
Technically.
that's for sure.
Forget that guy. Right now, we need to discuss how we're going to proceed.
Ah.
What's there to discuss? Deadeye and his crew have already brought down the Lord here. Just let them finish her off.
I want to go after her.
I second that. I think it's the best thing to do right now.
Admittedly,
We don't know if the
yeah.
Darkwings have what it takes to beat her. I'm worried what'll happen if we leave her to her own devices.
And if we leave her long enough, she can probably get enough materials to strike back.
And maybe I'm just being
So-
overconfident, but between us and them, I think we have a better chance at defeating her.
I have to agree. This realm isn't going to be truly safe as long as that lord is still running around out there. We need to act.
Or at the very least,
Fine
we
by
need to
me.
figure out what's going
Isn't
on,
Deadeye
to be
just gonna
honest.
take all the credit once we're done?
Our job is to break down the walls that oppress Dana. What he chooses to build in their place, that's his problem. For now, we'll head to this Estaluva forest Bayfon told us about. Whatever we decide to do, though, we
It'd
should
be an
take
awkward
some
point
time
of
to rest
discussion.
first.
But I am
We've barely
curious about
stopped since Menace.
why he had such a time of driving out the Lord. Because it felt like all of this went very, very quickly. Oh. Yeah, she's sparking again. That's not a good sign. What's going on, Shion? Yeah, and Alphen kind of stops her. You really don't want to be wandering
Where are
alone
you
here, Shion.
Alphen,
You should get some rest.
Rest would be good.
What's got you up at this hour?
just let me be for a minute, okay? Why don't you go back to the inn?
It is not safe for you to be alone in this town, Shion.
I will when you do.
Like, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but this is a town that very much despises the Renans. They just kicked out the mayor. They are not going to appreciate you being outside on your own.
Shion. The Lord's days are numbered. I haven't forgotten our promise.
I do hope she's not one of the lords, actually. Now think about it.
Lean on me a little.
Because she has been
And if I say I
not fully
will,
self-sacrificing,
finally
but
give it a rest?
I am just curious as if she is one of the lords,
Try to get
then
some
killing
rest.
all the other ones would be beneficial to her. But if the Windy Swordsman bro was
What
not
was
the
all
Lord of
that
the
about?
land, what was his relation to the actual ruler of the land? Because he is like a denizen of the land. He is a Renan from that much is obvious.
So
But-
we're just going to check things out, right? In whatever that forest is called.
Yeah. Estaluva Forest. Should be an interesting venture.
Luva Forest. Next time, pay attention.
Guess what else can get here? Yeah, Shion's got some hang-ups about this one, so... All the way from Mahagsar, let's see. Feline Bastion. Aw, it's got a little kitty on the top of it. It's actually pretty cute. And then the Refined Rock Wall, just a color swap of this rock wall to make it look less ugly, but not bad. They also have, ooh, that one's got pearl in it. That is unnecessary, but I like the effect on it, actually. Because by the looks of it, it's not using a traditional... What is that using? It might be reflecting something that's in here, but why is there just a spike over to that side? That's a little bit funky. But at the very least, yeah, take the flashbang shield, and then we probably don't have enough for everything. Oh boy. We actually need another type of gun to make another gun for Shion. We actually need all the other guns to make the other guns for Shion. That's actually kind of bad, because I've been skipping on making some of them because I didn't think they'd be needed. Let's see here. We can at least make this one when the time comes, but that's kind of awkward. I've been skipping making some of these guns. That means I'm going to have to go back and actually... Yeah, we do have one of those. It's equipped right now. Here. That would require clay fragments, which would require fighting the golems from before. Gotta go. Alright, no worries there, Jasper. Chat with you later. And enjoy whatever you're gonna do with the rest of your night. Let's see here. That we literally just need that for. And then we can make that. That would help us a lot, to be honest. I didn't think I'd have to make other guns. Kinda sucks, actually, because that's just the one I'm missing, too. But that does boost her water arts. I guess they're refined versions, so that functionally makes sense. Let's see. Refined Gale Wing. Refined Brim Fang. At least they're upfront. Lazy with just color swapping the models. I'll at least give them that one. Let's see. Hard Spherical Shell. Rank 6. This gonna be a while before we get something like that. Let's see here. That doesn't really give a huge bonus compared to what we have right now. That might be better, but we're gonna have to figure out if we can get better supplies. You have not gotten a new book in a while. Nature's Beauty 2nd edition. Not sure I like the fact that just reusing the same models, but they're at least being upfront about it, so that's not too bad at least. Jesus, that's a huge upgrade. I guess we'll need to find astral crystals and make some pretty good weaponry for everybody. But I guess for now, it's just getting that. Then Dohalim. Probably anything is going to be an upgrade because we have not been getting him anything. Oh, hey there, Mom. Welcome back. Hopefully the pupper walk wasn't too bad for you today. I'm kind of just at the blacksmith figuring out what I want to grab for everyone, but there we go. And law. We can't make anything for law because we need to actually make all the other weapons. That is not a good way to build weapons. Oh, it was fine. Also got food in the meantime. Ah, very good. Very good. What'd you end up grabbing? Here. Opal Mash, Chersoul, Abyssal, Thorn, Enduro, Lucky Pebble. Oh, you can just make those if you can find Lucky Pebbles. Okay, we're almost out of money again. Move escape speed plus 50. Huh. Reduces escape time. It's actually not awful. It's actually tempting to put on, well, to be completely honest. And fire and water damage up. Increases air resist. Sure. Just get one of those, although we are.
I'd like to check their wares if you don't mind.
Equipment. Rin, well, the Pierce emblem. Let's just give you the Fleet emblem. Ooh, where is it? Right there it is. Made equipped mixture of, I believe that's chorizo, lentils, salt, and chicken rice. Okay. So kind of just a mixed rice dish. That doesn't sound too bad. And if I remember right, chorizo is a soft, correct? I haven't had it. I haven't had it in a while, so I'm not 100% certain. But
I wonder if something happened.
no, side quest? Oh no. Hi, buddy. What's up?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Spanish Mexican sausage. Okay, glad I remember the right phrase for at least. Alfin, mi amigo. I knew fate would bring us together once more. Remind me, you're that wonder guy, is it? I'm a minstrel who tells many a tale about this fleeting world in which we live. They call me the Wonder Bard. Right, you. I remember you.
See.
I believe we haven't had the pleasure, sir. You may call me Doreen. You claim to be a minstrel. Is that to say you're well versed in music? Oh, but I am indeed. There isn't a song I haven't sung, nor an instrument my hands have never mastered. Also, I have my glasses off right now, just to scratch stuff out of my eyes. If I misread something, I apologize about that. I see. As it so happens, I am also a connoisseur of music myself. Is that so? Could I perchance trouble you with a little rendition, kind sir? This is going to take a while, isn't it? Alas, unfortunately, I do not have any instruments on me, but I'd be more than happy to indulge you with a short poem. In this sea of crimson trees, I spy an unknown feather, standing free within this breeze. Is that a haiku? I was reading that completely wrong. Oh. Oh. Donna Mio. Donna Mio? Really? Your words are like the music to my ears. You have quite the rare talent, sir, I must say. You really think so? That I do, and now I must return the favor in kind. Were you about to read that like a limerick? Probably, actually. Admittedly, it's kind of hard to tell at points, but where do I begin, faced with such wit? Indeed, words fail me. I'm at a loss. For what can I say but gracias? That's not a who. This haikus are 757, right? Or 7512.
Oh.
Oh, you, sir, have thrown me down the gauntlet. Oh god, they're doing a poem battle. Dude, don't do this in the street. I can't take any more of this. We're leaving, Dolly. You're welcome to catch up with us later.
Excuse me.
Wait, don't leave yet. With so many brilliant minds among you, perhaps I can entrust you with the legendary instrument. What are you talking about? I hid a musical instrument knowing that one day I would meet a worthy inheritor. You'll find it at the location detailed in these notes. It's a fetch quest. But be warned, only the smartest shall solve the riddles contained within. Now I ask you, O chosen ones, will you take it upon yourselves to solve this riddle and uncover the legendary instrument? Sure. This talk of riddles and instruments has me most intrigued. Very well, we accept your challenge. Excellent. I have complete faith that you shall emerge victorious. The Wonder Text 1. Oh god, there's more of these Wonder Texts. Just beyond the hovels in a land shrouded by sand and stone. Just beyond the hovels in a land shrouded by sand and stone. That kind of sounds like Calaglia, to be honest. Oh god, there's more than one. The northmost reaches of a wasteland, the north of an abandoned village. It lies dormant at the back of a narrow road to the west, whereupon an ancient tower stands. We've passed by an ancient tower, haven't we? Mysterious pair. Okay, so we're gonna have to find... Oh god, what kind of side quest is this?
Cryptic text, all right.
It could mean anything. Can't we just look around the area for clues or something?
Probably.
Maybe these are supposed.
Yeah, they're probably gonna be a different... world map. Calaglia. Why do we have side quests here still? Oh, because I was right. That's kind of lame, that it just kind of tells us where we need to go.
To be different locations?
Oh, now you're into this too, huh?
I wonder, will they actually fight us? Yeah, because they're level 7. Yeah. I'm surprised there isn't some form of, like, auto combat that they have just yet, but I guess it's good to get some of the extra materials from here. Oh yeah, this asshole. I wonder if we can take him down now, actually. Do. Save. I'm gonna save here. And I probably should just move back to the top, to be completely honest.
That is one enormous
Hello
day.
there. He was level 46 before. Yeah, 43. So we're closer. Well, I mean, it's only like 200,000 health. No, it's still one hit kill. Let's see here. Do. Let's just do that. Oh. Can we not? Oh. Ew. I do kind of wonder if I could, like, taunt him with Gion throughout the entire thing. I'm back for a bit, XP died. Oh, sorry to hear that, Ziona. But welcome back all the same. Oh, hey, Alpha's up. That's always good. Ooh, you're finally coming after me now. How about no? That's a bit better. Yeah, admittedly... What's a good word for ISPs nowadays? Internet sparsely provides. Uh-oh. There we go. Always a pleasure to at least have you here, Z. I know ISPs can be awkward most of the time. But... yeah, it's gonna be a grand shake-up. Admittedly, if Gion can at least hold the aggro on this... There we go. If Gion can hold aggro and they can just fight from behind, ow, Alpin likes to go in front. Rude. Arts. Resurrection is on X. How does that actually work? Oh, interesting. There we go, get up. There we go. Okay, he can charge. Noted. I can charge. I wonder, what's on our A? Is A the heal? No. That's the heal. Okay. And I can heal myself. Nice. Bye, Rinwell. And bye, Kisara. Okay, I guess we're just gonna be fighting this for a while, because, this fight can't go very well. But I could probably pay attention to cast, so all I'm going to be doing is sticking 10 damage pot shots at the thing. Because I'm not sure if there's going to be anything else that's going to be of concern other than that charge, but math-wise, we're doing about 30 damage per hit and about damage per hit specifically. What would be... I need something to do with the action gauge with her. There we go. Oh, that's better. Oh, can I hold it? Is that what's happening before? No. Why did I get the short one here? Okay, no. Get away. Probably don't want to be super risky with it, but... we could probably just do this as Gion. That's only 6 million hits. Yeah. I mean, there's only 200,000 health, so it's not that bad. So, by that logic, we only need to do about 20,000 hits. Now. Oh, right, she endured. Nice. Thank you for enduring. Oh god, dodge that. Not 6 mil, 6,000. Oh, sorry, I didn't notice the period. I thought that was another comma, to be completely honest. Ow. I like how we get the over limit by surviving. Interesting. Recovering from party HP. Well, we don't want to worry about that. We'll come back there, I guess, when we actually have the ability to. This sucks that we can't do it yet, but worth checking. Let's see here. Just reload. Mantis will be right back in front of us because we can't kill it just yet, but that's fine. I'd imagine you can probably do that, like, first. Like, at the first possible instance with Gion, if you're just careful with it. Let's see here. So the subquest is just here, but it's not actually going to tell you where it is. Okay, it's a little bit better. Yeah, it just tells you about the giant Zukulon. It doesn't actually tell you about the mysterious pair. Okay, so I guess we need to actually read what the item says for that. Key item. No worm key, don't need that. Just beyond the hovels in a land shrouded by sand. Just beyond the hovels. Wonder what counts as hovels. Because hovels implies home. Also, I think we can fish down there, right? Yeah. The fishing area's down there. Oh yeah, it is a nice view. Let's see, just beyond the hovels.
Judging by the stench, I'd say the animals at the ranch are all grown now.
Oh. Right, I keep forgetting about that. We can do that here. Livestock is reached maturity. We get a lot of beef. And we can... Why can we raise a horse? Excuse me? Why can horses be raised? Herbivores that sleep while standing, they deliver brutal kicks with their strong hind legs, discouraging stray Zugals from attacking. Huh. Sure. As long as we're not using the horse for anything else, that's fine. There we go. Yeah, land is fairly dry here, that's expected, but it worried me for a second that we could just raise a horse on the farm, to be honest.
Here. The climate
Oh.
feels different from Menancius.
There's a
It's
chest.
gotten much cooler since leaving town, though.
Does that mean eyes were burning?
Gotta get that
holes in
horse
us?
meat. Oh god, the horse meat would be so cursed if it was actually a thing. Hey, look, Golem. Hi there, buddy. I need clay off of you. Would you like to provide?
Gotta break through.
Because, I mean, yeah, I kind of figured that was going to happen shortly.
Looks like it could be worth something.
Don't correct me. I think clay is off the other one. Here. Just beyond the hovel. The definition of hovel is where I get a little bit lost. Anyways, hill. This is kind of mean going back and comping through these guys.
Everybody okay?
We're all right, Alphen.
And where does it actually label the quest, to be honest? Is it just here? Isn't that just dilapidated house? I think so, yeah. But I don't remember where on this map those are, to be honest. Jesus. I mean, if you wanted hot, here you go. Here's where the hot things are. Just literally an open volcanic spot. There, camera, there you go. Jump. Sadly, I don't really have the option to. Or at least not in that sense. Like, I can jump, there's an invisible wall there, sadly. They weren't that smart about it. Because we can go here, but that's just going towards the mines. I don't think that's quite what they mean by just beyond the dilapidated housing.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Wait, what? I mean, something feels odd here. There's a red mark Zugal in the air with a hissing sound. And the hissing sound is now gone. Oh. No, the priority subquest is just around. It's probably back there, though. Oh. I'm delaying my stream, so I'm back. Alright, no worries there, Jasper. Welcome back for now. We're kind of just hobbling around the back end, just trying to figure out these cryptic puzzles for a musical instrument that we can get, apparently. But apparently the subquest just exists. It wasn't quite that map. So, here, just beyond the dilapidated houses. It could be in here. I don't think it is, but did you miss anything? I don't think you missed too much, no. We found the Wonder Bard again, and he basically just gave us a side quest to go around everywhere to find musical instruments. And how the fuck have you not changed clothes yet? We've killed 3 of the lords. Go and find your clothes. Let's see here. Because our first one, at least, that we're dealing with right now is Wonder Text 1, just beyond the hovels in a land shrouded by sand and stone. So that would imply, like, Calagly. But that... Just beyond that, in a land of sand and stone.
Off we go.
Which would... Oh, there's an owl on this map we haven't gotten yet? Huh. Guess we better look for it while we're here, but... Where might you be referencing in terms of the land of sand and stone, to be honest? Because that's kind of the big portion of all this. I wasn't paying too much attention, but I saw red-haired Boyo, so I'm assuming he's a good guy. Yeah, red-haired Boyo is a good guy. You do have to fight him first, but he is a good boy for now. I just don't use him because girls, but he is handy. It might honestly be a good idea to at least show him off a little bit. So why don't we do that for now? And then we can get Dolahim to maybe fight a little bit and actually earn his keep. But he fights with a staff, which is kind of nice. Or a nice change of pace, at least. And he has a lot of earth-based magics.
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
It's a sharp fang, dude. It's just a tooth off of a wolf. Not quite that powerful. There we go. Just beyond the hovels. I do recall that there was a Zoogle as well that was in a side area here that we couldn't get to before just because someone was guarding it. So I'll have to see if we can find that again just to see if that's that's what you mean. Later, buddy.
We're in good form.
And anything in here? Oh, there's a chest in here. Hello. Grilled mushroom
You
recipe.
think it might be useful?
I'm surprised I
We
haven't
should
gotten
try
that
it
yet.
and see how it turns out.
Let's see. So, text. Just beyond the hovels, in a land shrouded by sand and stone, we'll be able to find one. The northmost reaches of a wasteland to the north of an abandoned village, which that implies no land, and north of an abandoned village. North of the abandoned. I have to check the maps again. And then dormant at the back of a narrow road to the west, where upon an evil tower stands. Which I believe we've passed by that already, but we'd have to find it anyways. And then just beyond the hovels in a land shrouded by sand and stone. That's the awkward one. Because I'm pretty sure that's Galaglia, but that doesn't really point you in a specific direction, to be honest. Unless they mean it in Vincent, where the gold cats, the gold dust cats were hanging out. That's like my other thought, at least.
Well then.
But it makes me think that's in Calaglia, since it is mostly a desert area. Wow. Thankfully everything here is fairly easy to just kind of murder, so not too rough. Yep. Although it is more a question of where exactly would we go. Because I'm not sure if solving the other two can help with solving this, to be honest. Cave of Solitude. Alright, the Cave of Solitude is where the fishing location is.
A fish! You saw it too, right?
So we have learned that Kisara is our main fisher of the group. There we go. So all of the fishing will be done by her, whether you want it to or not. Apparently that other fish just does not want to come by. Oh well. Left bumper, right bumper. Go to the left. Come on. Okay, no, we need to actually Oh boy, this is actually awkward.
It got away.
Huh. I actually got all of them that time too. Kinda sucks. There we go. Let's just cast another one up there. Hey there. I mean, that one's noticing it, but he's not liking it very much. There we go. Hey there. Left bumper. Left bumper. Because no matter what you do, they seem to be kind of fighting you either way anyways. I guess they did kind of mention that you need specific line or specific rods and specific lures to make fishing possible. So maybe we just don't have the right equipment for it, in which case that kind of sucks.
Is this what I think it is?
Oh. This is apparently a rare fish, which there's no way in hell it's going to get. Yeah, I'm assuming we need other gear for this, because we are not able to catch like any of those at all. Because I don't think mashing A is going to make any difference from holding A, at least in terms of the fishing, but...
You sense one
Right,
of your
there's an
pals?
owl on this map that I need to find. I'll have to keep an eye out for the above portions, just because I'm not sure where they'll be. There we go. Later, buddy. But it'll be nice to clean up the owls where you can, since that does at least give you a small hint as to where they are. Although we didn't see the owl actually pop out, so we'll have to run around for a bit just to see where it might be. Since you don't really have to worry about it until Poodle comes out and kind of circles you, which for the most part we haven't seen while wandering around, so I guess there's part of the map we haven't gone to yet for the owl. Might be back here, in honesty. Yeah. Guess we haven't been back here. Hello there. Hey there. The cat tail. Huh. I'm surprised we missed that. But sure, another owl down. Thanks. One more owl for 20 and then we'll go check it. Yeah.
These little ones are hardly
Nice.
worth our time.
See, that's a good place to actually put that quote. Because these guys are honestly quite pushovers. At least now that we're 3 towns liberated. Here. The owl was right there. So let's just move on. So just beyond the hovel. Just beyond the hovel makes me think that they're talking about... I don't think they're talking about Mosgul. Worth checking, though. Because technically speaking, those are hovels that they have. Not very stable
Do you
things.
sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Oh, there's an owl on the map too. Guess we need to keep an... Oh, it's literally right over here. Okay. Or over here. Okay. That would mean it's right there. Hey there, owl. How do I talk to you? Do I need to be on this side? Yes, apparently. And then we get the monocle. I wonder if we can swap what side that's on.
Maybe something
And there's 20 at least. So, world map, go to other, owl forest. Metro. There we go. That should be most of the owls from this area at least.
Do you sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Anyways, hi there, Owl King. Hoot hoot. Owl King is at least impressed with us. And we get by far one of the laziest animations I've seen in a while. It's like getting him to T-pose and then just spinning him into a wall. But we get stuff from it. The silver Sinclair armor. Replica the armor worn by a storied Danon hero. The yellow cloth draped over the silver armor is proof of the wearer's valor. And the copper. Okay. Hoot hoot, nothing new. Okay. And then how is this tree looking? I'm guessing there's still more spots to grab. Still more room to perch. Well, I'm assuming that we've got everything available, so... You know what, fuck it. Why don't we just do some owl hunting now? Map. Go back to Pelaglia, and then we can just wander around for a bit and see if we can find all the owls. Unless they're kind of a dick and hide one behind that one side area that we can't go to just yet. Oh, can we not fast travel to there? That kind of sucks. We kind of have to see if there's an owl on the vine, so let's just go to there and see. Also to see if there's another owl here.
Little adventure we went on.
Doesn't seem like it. Okay. Let's just check out that mine shaft. See if there's an owl in there. Because you never know. But I guess just kind of while we're running it though, I guess we can talk a bit about the Nintendo Direct actually. It does seem like folks are here. This is obviously kind of a lurking point in general. Which isn't a bad thing, just I never know when to bring up actual topics. To be completely honest. But the Nintendo Direct today was fairly interesting. I think I mentioned it near the beginning of stream, but there was a lot of highs and a lot of lows overall, so it ended up being a little mixed, for lack of better phrasing. Now, it's not inherently a bad thing overall, because most of the directs of the past little while have been a bit mixed, mainly because people are waiting for very specific things to actually be announced.
Odd here. Be on your guard.
I do wonder what that something odd is. I'm assuming there's a Zoogle further in. But the Direct, in terms of what I cared for at the very least, obviously the Monster Hunter Rise expansion was Sunborn? Or Sun something, I don't quite remember what it's called. Sunborn, Sunrise, whatever it's called, that's pretty good, at the very least. I'm sad they chose Pratt for Mario. Yeah, admittedly, Pratt for Mario is, kind of sad, in all honesty. Not sure why they chose Pratt for Mario above all other characters. And they had to, like, tack it on at the end that Martinet is doing, like, side voices for the video. Like, or for the movie. That's kind of a slap in the face to Martinet, to be honest, because, like, he voices most of the main cast for Mario games, so he's voicing side characters for the movie. In like the one animated movie where you have a chance for it, they picked Charlie for Luigi, so the choice should have been absolutely clear. They should have had Danny DeVito for Mario. Yeah, I feel like Danny DeVito is probably being saved for like Wario though, because I think Danny DeVito can play a better villain than he can a hero. So they would probably save DeVito for Wario, and then I've seen people mention Robert Downey Jr. for Waluigi. I could see Robert as Waluigi, but I don't know if he does voice work, really. But I could see it. And just having Danny DeVito and Robert Downey Jr. bounce off each other, that would be an interesting sight to actually see overall. I can't imagine those two actually work together very often. So there's just Zoobles here, is that what you're telling me to be worried? Yeah, I mean, Illumination is not really my first pick for animation. No, Illumination is kind of a pitiful animation studio. Like, as soon as I saw that Illumination got the Mario movie, I completely wrote it off, to be completely honest with you. Because I do not like how Illumination does their work. Their entire goal, like, don't get me wrong, they don't treat their employees like shit, but their entire thing is to make things as cheaply as possible. And that's not a good sign for quality, to be completely honest with you. And just most of the movies they make have been very vanilla and, forgive the phrasing, but very white bread. And I just don't like how they do their stuff. And I just really, really hope down the line that this movie comes out well, because goddamn, do I have zero expectations for it actually doing well. Whoops. My hand was off on the emotions there. Sorry. I'm not sure what they're complaining about for what we need to look out for on this map. Oh. But overall, the Mario movie is just in. Most of the budget, or most of the casting calls for it, look very... It looked like they were getting voices for names and not voices for characters. Because the Toad voice is very, very iconic. I am not sure if... Like, I don't remember his name off the top of my head because I don't follow comedy that closely. Because obviously I'm about as funny as a rock. But the person that they have for Toad, I do not know if he can actually do a very convincing Toad voice. Because that is a very iconic voice on the Toads. I was hoping it would at least be a really bad in a good way, but it looks like it's just going to be boring and sad. Yeah, it does kind of just look like it's going to be boring and sad, and it's going to get money because it's going to be a Nintendo movie, so everyone's going to go see it. It's an Illumination movie, so all of them are going to be just out with their parents, and the parents will be like, oh hey, it's a Mario movie. Kids, let's go see the Mario movie.
Well, looky here.
Keegan-Michael Key's amazing. I imagine it has to be a bit voice for Toad. Boy. Admittedly, like, Toad's... I'm not sure if you've heard Toad's voice at all. None. Toad's voice is painful.
Easy peasy. Ha hoodle.
Toad's voice is like if you tried doing Donald Duck, but you took away all of the moisture in it. And I'm just not sure if Key can do that. Or what they're going to try to do with that. No, I mean, they purposely chose the opposite voice of Toad for a laugh. Oh, that's what your guess is. Okay. Maybe? We'll have to see, to be completely honest with you, but I don't know. I don't have the highest hopes for it, to be completely honest. We don't need to rest here, it's fine. Let's see here. So, owl. Where else can we grab an owl? That's Fool's Back. That's the town itself. What about the waste? Might be here. Where's a fast travel lane here? All the way at the back. And who else do we have to worry? Well, not worry about, I guess. But they have Jack Black as Bowser. It's a bit of an odd choice, but yeah, like, it's not inherently a bad choice, but it's a weird one. And I know Mousy was kind of talking about it earlier too, that she's just not a fan of Jack Black, so we'll just have to see how it goes. Jack Black isn't bad, and neither is Charlie Day for Tweet, to be honest. Mostly just out of a crack. Yeah. I wonder if it was just like a Martinet wouldn't work with Lee, to be honest.
Alright, but I'll decide
Oh.
how spicy it is.
I'm not sure about that. Let's see here. That kind of just popped into existence, so I wasn't sure if that was important or not. But I do guess within the next few hours that we're probably going to see Jack Blauzette. Because that was the first thought that came to mind, is just that like, they're going to model whoever is doing Bowser's voice as the Bowsette. It being Jack Black is going to be interesting. Excessively cursed, but
Looks like
interesting.
it could be worth something.
And if I don't actually see any Jack Blauzette, then I'm actually going to be a little sad, because I expect the internet to do something like that, to be honest. I mean, Illumination pulls in Universal money for contracts, so it's probably would inform casting decisions. Yeah. Unfortunately. But they do what they can. They do what they can to make things cheap. If they get a budget, and they can make a big enough profit off of it, like, I imagine the casting choices for voices is probably going to be the most of what their budget is, and the animation is where it takes the biggest hit. But I don't know. I still don't trust it. To be honest, Brett as Mario is okay. It's not great, but sure. It's not really giving me any clues to being around these hovels either, to be honest. To be honest, I don't think the Screen Actors Guild here in the US would appreciate Martinet voicing like all the voices of a major motion picture. They probably wouldn't know. But that just kind of sucks because he's the one who does those voices normally. So it would make the most sense for him to actually do it. Yeah. I'm glad that shield is an AoE hit.
Our work is done here. Let's move.
Right behind you, Shion.
SAG has very strict rules about that sort of thing. Yeah. They could have at least got him to dump Mario, though. Like, sure, if we had to deal with Charles Martinet for Mario, Charlie is Luigi and all that, then sure, but he could have at least done one of the main casts. So what we got is probably the best we could vote for. Yeah. There we go.
Over so soon?
And we're up to level 24. I wonder if I should do some more grinding off screen. I don't know about that. And welcome, yeah. Hopefully you're doing well so far. Welcome to an evening stream where I'm just trying to stay awake because I didn't have much sugar in the house today. I 88 zoned out. Yeah, no worries there, Jasper. Admittedly, my streams end up being a fairly good place to lurk anyway, since I have a fairly calming voice, so it ends up being a place where you can just kind of chill and relax, you don't have to worry about anything. Alright, this is the random thing. Are you still blocking this? Can I not punch this yet? Got some mean Zoogles locked up further. Dude, come on! We've got the thing that lets us punch through the rock. Why do you lock us out for this long? Jerk. Let's see here, what were we talking about? We were talking about the Mario movie still. Let's see, who else did they get?
Everybody okay?
I have no idea who the hell they have voicing, to be completely honest with you, so I can't comment on that. So, I got no opinions there, but yay to whoever got it. Hopefully you enjoy your paycheck from elimination. I want to enjoy your alignment. Thank you, Jasper.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Oh. Oh, there's a net correct. Thank you. Although it does need to crack backwards and it's just not wanting to right now. But there was at least a major one to at least balance it out for a little bit. And our lovely magic cart. But one thing that did get announced is Shadowrun Trilogy on Switch. Shadowrun Man Company. No worries there, non. Admittedly, I do have the PC release for Shadowrun Company and for Shadowrun Trilogy, and I do. Oh, I was wondering about that actually. I kind of forgot those were redeemed. PS1 mode. Just gonna boot the snoop and go over here. It's just kind of there. Oh, hold up. Okay. I know I moved my models around recently, but where's the shiny one? Where's the shiny one? Yeah, I moved the models around a bit, so I'm wondering if it got moved to somewhere it wasn't supposed to get moved to, and the program just can't notice it right away. Let's see here. Should just be one of these, right? No, that's the broken one. That's the one from before when I was still trying to figure out the multiple thing. Here. That one? It doesn't have the extra shirt. Where the hell did that one go? Yeah, like that's one of them, but that's the old one. That's the one that doesn't have the extra shirt. So... that one? There we go. I don't think it likes the name on that one, to be completely honest with you. Let's just get rid of those. Just that way we can remember the bottom three of the main ones that we need to worry about. There we go. And don't mind the city wiggle, this is a female model, technically. That just kind of happens when you're swapping models around. Even if you have the breasts on a model set to the negatives, it still has the titty wiggle for some reason. I really don't know why. Yeah, just a little bit of jiggle.
You guys want to
It
rest here?
happens. Let's see here. It didn't proc anything I wanted, at the very least. At least nothing that I heard. Let's just take a peek. Oh yeah, actually, good point to note as well. But I did manage to get a sound effect, which... Ziona, you might recognize it. Jasper, you might recognize it as well, to be honest. But let me just get this here. Because I have an idea. Because someone mentioned before how I should get a EMP sound effect in. And I've been searching around for a while to try and find it. It's not quite what you're looking for right now, Ziona. And it's going to be a bit of an extended project because I found something interesting to link it up to. Let's see, where is sound for this synced up to right now? It looks to be synced on my headset right now. Let me just put it on another source just so that way you can hear it properly. Probably there. And then we just need to pause the radio. There we go. Wow. Oh god. That got really loud, sorry. But I do have the sound effect for what I'm thinking of doing right now. Also, apologies if I blew out your eardrums with that. But the rough idea I was thinking of with it was that on a lot of streams, and a lot of gaming streams in particular, you notice that people have, like, killed a streamer, right? So, my thought, since I'm a robot, you could EMP me, I go unresponsive for about a minute or so, and then we see what happens. That sound like a good point, Dunfordine? Because then that means that you actually have some skill on timing it, and that gives you a reason to save on your points for good timing.
Barely a blip on our radar.
Yeah, it'll be up there. It'll be around 50k.
I think that might be what we're looking for.
Wait, what? The iron pipe. A part only the chosen one can pull out. No wall is bound to staying for long with it in hand. Okay. Interactive while not being super distracted is usually my guideline.
Legendary instrument? Actually, I
Iron
think it's one
pipe.
of the freight train parts that I was using for a sword.
I'm sure anything can we should take it.
Alright, well there's part 1 done. That's very much in the back out of the way. Weird. But yeah, I do understand your rough guidelines with it, see. Admittedly, I don't mind having a kill the game or kill the streamer redeem, if only because, like, if it's not obvious, we've been kind of pounding through games lately. So if I throw in a kill the streamer thing, that just makes the game last longer on stream. And that's not inherently a bad thing. Let's see, so we got that one out of the way. That would mean we need to go on to the next one, right? Go over to keys. That still stays in our inventory, which is alright. So we need to go to Snowman Land, World Map, Lodia, and we need to go north of the abandoned village. In the northmost part of the map. Weird. Northmost part of the map. Past the abandoned village. That's the abandoned passage. That's not really the abandoned village. Then this is Floating Alley, underground. Oh, yeah, that just leads south. That's not really that helpful. Abandoned passage, underground waterway. That just leads you down to there. That's not helpful. Where's the Frozen Valley compared to everywhere? I wonder. Let's just check here. But I kind of am alright with a kill the streamer thing, to be honest.
If only we could have flown with the
Oh.
wind to get here faster.
Oh, the livestock are already ready? The horse is probably ready. So I guess we'll be getting the blue soon.
Hey, look at that enemy. It's shining.
Oh. That means it's strong. That's okay.
It'll take more than that.
Not quite a problem just yet, but... Oh. Right, that's slow down is kind of the main thing. I guess these guys are fairly weak compared to us anyway, so not much we can do there.
It is beautiful in both function and form.
You're gonna hate when it gets scratched.
Yeah, Dohalim is a good fighter, but he is very focused on the aesthetics of the world, which isn't inherently a bad thing, but that's gonna eat him some blood, hopefully. There we go. And I do like having the Imperial Shield on Kisara, to be honest. That actually looks better than most of her stuff, to be completely honest with you. We were doing owl hunts before, weren't we? This is the fishing area, isn't it?
There's something in the water.
Yeah, it's called fish. You fish there. I also forgot that we were doing an owl hunt before, weren't we? Probably should just go to all the places that we can, just to see if there are any available owls. Bagon room. We can get to the Bagon room from here. That's not too bad.
We finally made it.
I don't think there are owls in the ruins at all. That'd be a weird place for an owl to sit,
Something
but...
feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Yeah, it's a fighting area, Dohalim. I haven't really specified what that feeling means. Unless there's just a red mark here, then maybe that's what he's complaining about, but... I don't know. There's no owl here, so I kind of want to see what happens if we get all the owls. Greenwell does have a tree tied to the owls. That's kind of my main concern with that, I guess. Is just finding the rest of the owls.
Some open space.
Yeah, open space, but not for long, honey, don't worry. Yeah. At Garrison, the Cave of Solitude doesn't have anything. The Trench of Flames and Paint. There we go. Oh, there's a few areas up here. I didn't think about that, actually. Did you find the scavenger hunt clue? Yeah, I did. The scavenger hunt clue just ended up being an iron pipe, which looked like the one that... No owls here. The pipe itself apparently looks like the one that Alpin used when he was fighting people off earlier. So it didn't exactly look like an instrument, but maybe we'll get like a Blue Man Group instrument by the end of it all. Oh, there's an owl here. Alright then, let's look for an owl. Because I'd imagine there's only like maybe 4 owls left for Pelaglia. We just gotta find. Oh. It's over here? Oh, yeah, it's right here. Hello. Ooh, it's got the left bandage. That would actually fit on Alphen. I'm thinking on it.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Really? 20 isn't enough to queue something up the forest, but 21 is? I guess it's in multiples of 3 then. Outfit. Hey, Alphen. There we go. Now it sticks with his hair, too. I guess you can kind of go overkill if you want. You can technically just put glasses over this, too. I know that's what my friend is doing right now. Because they just have his one eye covered and then just have glasses on him, too. Since he can do something silly like that. Eye patch goes over it. That obviously goes over it. The monocle does go over it, and that's kind of funny, actually. So I'm just going to do that. And we do have a few of these available now, don't we? Oh, speaking of, let's just put the iron pipe on for Glamour. So, any other owls come across? Maybe not here. Then this brings us to the Lacerda Cliffs, which still counts as Pelaglia. Okay. Why don't we just go over here, see if there's an owl in this area too? Because who knows, there might be like 1 owl left, there might be 6. I really never know. Doesn't look like there's one on this map at all. So this area is good. Doesn't look like there's side areas here either. Then there's the grotto, which grotto itself doesn't have a fast travel point, but the cliffs do. So kind of a worthwhile thing to at least check out.
You guys want to rest here?
And it's fine. We'll just go inside here to see if there's an owl. And I really hope that the...
Something feels odd here. Be on your
Oh.
guard.
He says that every time we enter a temple, and I'm really not sure what he's talking about, to be honest. Or just any, like, enclosed area. He just does not seem to like very much. So one of these days, maybe he'll be able to explain to us what the heck he's actually talking about, but... Here. The castle might have stuff? Let's just take a peek. Because now that we've got 4 of the 5 plants open, it never hurts to really check. Let's... Castle, castle, castle. Where's the... Come here, elevator. I guess I should probably just stop talking about owls, because we do at least have a top conversation with the direct, actually. We went over the movie in a fairly heavy degree. I'm curious as to how that'll come out, mainly. But we'll have to see, because it's Illumination, and I have little hope for them actually making a half-decent movie nowadays. But other than the Mario movie, it does kind of seem like the directs are getting more and more varied, because they're probably just hitting more audiences nowadays. So we're definitely not going to like everything that comes out, but it would be nice to have a slightly higher guarantee that it's going to enjoy. At least from the directed game, the Monster Hunter expansion I obviously care about. The Kirby game, Kirby and the Forgotten Lands, I think it's called. That's actually a pretty interesting idea. Because I know a lot of people have been wanting a 3D adventure Kirby game for a while, like 3D in the Mario Odyssey 3D, not actual just 3D graphics in general. But a lot of people have been wanting Kirby to be freeform for a while. Because we like our standard. Don't get me wrong, Kirby fans like side-scrollers. But Kirby deserves to move in 3D. And more alcohol has been required. Always good. Always good. I have to see about finding more alcohol, because the only liquor store in my town is like downtown, and it's not easy to get to. Oh. Yeah, I think a lot of people are fairly excited for Dread. I'm curious because I like Metroid as a story, but I never played them growing up because, admittedly, my family was poor and we couldn't afford a shit ton of games. So Metroid kind of flew under my radar, but I do enjoy it for its full-on story. So the fact that Dread seems to be a bit of a story-ish heavy game, or at the very least a thriller-heavy game, should be interesting for that regard. And I know a lot of buddies have been wondering about that game for a while, because a lot of people like going into Metroid fairly blind, but Nintendo has been telling us almost everything about that game already, and, like, if we got it from leaks, then sure. But this is just Nintendo coming out saying, oh hey, here's the boss that they're coming in Dread. Oh hey, here's all the information you're gonna have to deal with in Dread. And it's just like, people kind of want to discover Metroid, my dudes. Like, people just like Metroid because it's fun to discover what's in there. If you tell us all the plot points in advance, that's not exactly fun. Then it just becomes the thriller game, and you better hope to God the thriller game is actually good.
Finally, some open space again.
Oh, we are up here. Okay. Not owl, it looks like. That's okay. Yeah, Dread will be fun. I'm sure a lot of people will be streaming it, so it's definitely going to be something we'll have a lot of coverage. Because people have been wanting a new Metroid game for how long now? I dip. Alright, see you later, Jasper. Best of luck with your stream. Hopefully your drunkenness doesn't cause, god damn it, too many problems on your end. I do have to wonder what we need to open that door. Because I'm assuming there's like a fire treasury key that we need for that. The Actraiser remake looks pretty cool. Yeah, the Actraiser remake was interesting to see. I wasn't really expecting it, to be honest, because that's an old game. But it's not inherently a bad thing.
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
Forgive the lack of phrasing, but kind of a weird game to pull up from the grave, to be honest with you. Yeah, we haven't gone here yet. I don't know how to open that door. We've gone here, gone there. Also excited for the 64 and Genesis. I'm pretty frustrated that we are doing tiered Nintendo Online. Yeah, admittedly, I kept the Twitch chat off as soon as I saw the fact they're going to be charging extra for the 64 and Genesis stuff. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I get it, but they've been fishing us for a very long time with the NES and SNES stuff. That them just dropping, oh hey, we're gonna charge extra for the 64 stuff, that hit a lot of people, and they are going to get absolutely chewed in because of that. Because don't get me wrong, it's cool that we're getting it, but we've been getting all of the like low tier bit NES game for that entire point, and then they announced the 64 and Genesis stuff. It's like, oh hey, here's all the popular titles, pay extra. And it's just such a slap in the face. But Nintendo's gonna Nintendo, so not much we can do about that. We'll have to see if they actually release anything else on top of what the popular stuff actually is, because they pretty much hit the bracket. Here's all of the big name Nintendo stuff. I hope y'all enjoy it. Cave of Solitude was a no. The Great Garrison was also a no. I feel like there's not much else to go other than the specific maps, but... Apologies. Apologies, I'm a little bit yawny tonight. time is it actually? Why am I so yawny? Not even 11 o'clock yet. Wait. Let's see here. We do have a fast travel just in the inn. Huh. Weird. Well, I guess let's just check out the owl forest and see how many owls, if we're still missing owls for Calaglia. Because I don't know, it just said that there's perches available. Hoot hoot. Give us your poor animation, Owl King. Oh, you can skip it. Cool. I'm kind of sick of seeing it, to be honest. Red, black, wolf vest. A suave black and red outfit for martial arts practitioners. So that's probably for law, then. And then more stuff for law. More stuff for law. Okay. What about this? Oh, we did get all the Calaglia owls. Nice. It's weird that the back trees don't have anything on them, but I guess that's all of the Calaglia owls then. So how many is that? 3, 5, 8, 10? 10 owls per region, by the looks of it. Got a little bit to do all around here, but... Oh. I guess we just haven't gone to this area yet for the water tribe. But I guess we're doing okay on owl collection so far. So I guess let's go to Cyslodia and see about... Is this Cyslodia? Yeah. Go to Cyslodia, see if we can find the instrument, and then we'll see if we can find the owls while we're here. I guess we can talk about it as well, but non, I'm assuming we're in the older generation to start with. But did you have an N64 growing up? Or at least had an N64 while it was in its prime? See here. Do you have a favorite from the 64 catalog that you'd be looking for, aside from like what's already been shown? Because they kind of listed off a lot of the major contenders, which, admittedly, if we can get Super Mario in the same state it was left in, then that's okay, but I'm not sure if they'll like patch it or not, because 64 is very broken and very easy to speedrun in a lot of different ways. So we'll kind of have to see how the 64 actually runs on Switch. Or at least Mario 64 runs on Switch. I'm just going to keep calling it 64 just because I'm used to calling it that in most Mario-centric areas. Death, death. Oh, that didn't actually kill you. Interesting. The rest of it did, though. And I guess that question kind of goes out to everyone, but if you have any specific N64 games that you have a fondness for, by all means, I'm more than willing to listen. Oh. Bonk. There we go.
Only the best materials.
As I know from my side, I'm always kind of a bit dodgy when it comes down to picking an absolute favorite, but I do very much enjoy Kirby and the Crystal Shards from the 64. That game is the one game that I point to when I say I want this back. Beetle Adventure Racing Remaster one. Well, I guess we'd have to see. I know with getting the Chocobo Racing remake, that actually surprised a lot of people, but it was kind of weird to see the Chocobo Racing remix, I'll be completely honest, but we'll kind of have to see how that one ends up going. But in terms of 64 from my end, I was limited what I could get, but Mario 64 was obviously one just because everyone's grandmother had Mario 64. And smack. God, I love that.
I suppose swords have their uses.
That's
The size
here.
was a bit much, though.
I mean, to be fair, you're giving the strong girl a very blunt weapon. Oh. I guess that makes sense that he says that when we have a chance to claim them. Oh, they were all ready. Oh. Oh no. We actually were collecting horse meat. I thought I was joking before, but we are actually collecting horse meat by doing that. I mean, sure, I guess. Horse meat's excessively tough from what I recall. Oh. I thought they were just gonna be a guard animal. Screw you, I'm raising more cow. Cow is easy enough to raise. See, north of the abandoned cabin. That's the main thing that we're looking for in Cyclodia, is it's north of the abandoned. Which, abandoned town is a lot of places. That's not exactly saying much, to be honest. Birds? Oh, there's birds up there. There's nothing else up there now. Oh. I'm not sure what we're into, but sure. And up. 3, 4. Spin to win, spin to win. Okay. Of the ones I've seen, I haven't seen remade or expanded upon since 64. Maybe Jet Force Gemini or Mischief Makers. Oh, I'm pretty sure. What's the name? Not Falco would probably be very interested if Mischief Makers was released on it, to be honest. Because he seems to be a pretty big proprietor for that. And I would be interested in it too, if only because, like, it's a platformer with interesting mechanics side to it. So it'd be a pretty fun thing to actually play overall. Also, lock him in place, please. I mean, I tried knocking him over. Also, rest in peace, buddy.
That's a pretty fancy skill there.
All the better to protect you with, my dear.
We're actually full on Shark Fangs. Weird. The way to actually give me more Wave Racer. Oh, Wave Racer would actually be pretty interesting when we come back. Because I remember playing one from back in the day. I'm not sure if it was Wave Racer or it was another of the, like, boating ones. Actually, that's worth checking. Ignore the camera lack of movement. What was the wording for it? Oh, there's birds here. Hey, not one-handed. Let's semi-auto, probably. What? Let's see. Endo, 64.
I should probably think about tonight's menu.
I would have said Snap, but the new one is actually pretty decent. Yeah, the new Pokemon Snap wasn't too bad. I haven't really had the time to play it as much, just because I have been focusing mostly on streaming all of the available games that I have, and I was gonna save console stuff for when I get a capture card, which I should look into. I have enough payouts that I should be able to get a half-decent one at this rate. Just, it's really weird looking into it now. It's not something I really did to. Yeah, I need to get a capture card. Since, like, I've got... What do I have overall? I've got my Wii still, which would let me play Muramos for people. I have my PS3, PS2, and PS4, which will let me play God knows how many games. I wonder how many Sharp Fangs it counts as mechanics. Yeah, I will look into the card a bit more. I'm just not sure what would be a good one to get with what my setup currently is, because I don't know what to look for just yet. But it is definitely something with cards, because I would like to stream some of my console games, because I have a lot of console games.
Everyone okay?
And it would kind of expand my area of expertise. I do play more console games normally, at the very least. and that's only because I never had the chance to have a good computer until I lived on my own and could just buy one or make one. But console gaming is definitely where I was most comfortable with when I was a kid, so any nostalgia trips are probably going to be on console. Or at least most of the nostalgia trips are going to be on consoles.
Cyslodia, realm of frost, snows, and colder souls.
Did something terrible happen to you here?
Isn't he just saying he's cold?
Yeah, he's just being poetic and saying he's cold. It's fine, Renwell. But I know the one PC game I could mention that would be a part of my childhood was actually Diablo 2, which I know does have a remake now, but Blizzard ain't getting any more of my money for a while. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole, but Blizzard ain't getting my money for a while. But Diablo 2, I'm glad they at least remade it. I hope it doesn't suck for the people who are actually okay with looking past the company. Where might more owls be? Wait, Silver Plains. Can I go anywhere else from here? Technically the Highland Cabin. But that won't have an owl. The forest. It's unplayable. Servers are so overloaded. Yeah, of course there's servers. Why would they put servers on pad? Such a bad idea. That's all my friends have been bitching about. Oh yeah, because it was today, wasn't it? I forgot today was the drop of the D2 remaster. I can't believe that they actually tied that to servers, to be honest. That's kind of sad, to be honest with you. Bop, bop. Grab some tomatoes. Deal some wolves. But that is one game that I had in my childhood at the very least. Both Diablo 2 and Diablo 1 are part of what I had at least. That and Ragnarok Online were the main, like, PC games that I had. From what I hear, you can turn it to offline play and play just fine, but no map. Still servers aren't borked. I'm assuming you meant map, but... Or multiplayer, duh, MP. You can tell I played a little single player. Yeah, sorry, it just took me a second. Apologies on that. I'm very, very used to not playing multiplayer games at all, so I'm very not used to so can't die there. Anyways, bang. Admittedly though, with being a bit more, well, since I am just a streamer in general now, I'd probably have more options for playing multiplayer with folks.
We have a long way yet to go.
So maybe that's something we could do in the future as well. Because I know Jasper was talking about World at War for Call of Duty. And I mean, like, I'm not awful at shooters. I don't play competitive shooters at all because that seems like not a good use of my time. Oh, I had a ripper. But, like, I'm not a bad sniper.
Didn't even break a sweat.
I tend to be half decent at taking folks' heads off. I have World, if that's something you ever want to try and collab. Maybe. I tend to play World as a bit more of like a filler game right now. And I have gotten far on PS4, at the very least. But obviously I can't stream my PS4 file right now, otherwise I would be able to at least show you everything I've been able to do. But how far did I get in the World?
Must be smiling.
Because I do like Monster Hunter, don't get me wrong. Just, I never got super far into World just because... Well, I got far enough in World. I am in Iceborne. I think I'm stuck at... Where was I left off in the World before other stuff just popped up? The Rajang fight? Like the mandatory Rajang fight? I think that's where I left it, just because I never liked fighting Rajang in the first place anyways. and other games were coming out, so I just dropped it. I know I'm missing out on Saki Jiva and the... Or no, the Twin Dragons are part of the Rise. But I know I missed out on Saki Jiva, which is fine, in all honesty. Sounds like I'm farther than you made it. Well, I did try and put like a good chunk of time in the world, just because it was like the main Monster Hunter game for a while, and that's what most of my friends were playing at the time. So I did at least want to like try and keep up with them for as long as I could, before obviously I had to worry about work and such. But it's a good game. I got nothing wrong with it, just I don't have the most time on my hands, unfortunately. Because with working and living alone, it tends to eat up a significant amount of your time, unfortunately, because I have to do everything on my own. I don't really have anyone who can help me with anything anymore, so it's just Jude. Jude handles everything,
This is
so...
no place to fish, is it?
I mean, there is a fishing spot around Kisara, but I just don't feel like going to it right now. Yeah, I just have to deal with everything. So, if that ever comes across, that's kind of just what happens on my end. You really need to get your own Solitude, because I haven't seen your Renans up just yet.
Everybody okay?
We're
Here.
all right, Alphen.
Is that a magical carp? Or a magical salmon? Or I guess it's a regular salmon, so there's more than enough water for them to survive. Pop. I could use city work needs zombie
Too
mate.
cold.
If I could afford it, then maybe Z. But you may have better luck getting some frickin' Non's place. You might find that to be a little bit more immediately welcoming for a long-term stay, if that's the easiest way of hinting at it. But it would be nice to have you around, that's for sure. I could use someone to hug from time to time. Here. Guess there wasn't any other owls in this area either, so I guess we're just moving on to the next zone. Weird that we didn't find anything here. Back to the snow plains. That's not too bad.
Finally, some open space again.
Yeah, open space. No Hoodle notification though. It's a bit odd. I guess this is close to the town though, isn't it? Close, but not in the town. Oh, no. But weird that there's no reaction here either. Where else can we go? We can go to the abandoned passage, or we can just go into the area. So why don't we just go into the city? Maybe there's stuff in the city that I missed, because I'd imagine they put owls here. Up. There we go. I never actually checked with those alternate methods over a lot. So nothing here. What about here? Oh, and actually your question kind of brings up a good segue. Although probably not one I should talk about since Non's listening. Non, have you and your friend, or are you and your friend going to meet up to watch the end of Dragon Maid together? Because I am caught up with the finale now, but I don't want to talk about it if you haven't seen it yet, obviously. But let's see here. Oops. That was a weird animation. I think I clipped off the ladder for a second on my fall. Also, again, not seeing much in terms of actual fast travel points here. Fast travel to the inn, see what's around. Probably nothing.
We finally made it.
Aside from the usual steady points. And here, I think we were there already, actually. Oh, this is the Brigand hideout. Sorry, stepped away. Heard my name. What's up? Oh, I was just curious if you had
That
been.
was quite the little adventure we went on.
If you and your friend were going to watch the end of Dragon Maid together at some point, because I'm caught up on it myself, but I don't want to talk about it further if you haven't seen it yet. And yeah, admittedly, I'll get better way. But all things considered, like Zombie Maid is cute. I'll still give that phrase the proper light of day. But Dragon Maid is cute, and it's very much worth watching. I know some people have some issues because Ilulu exists and Kana exists. Soon, we haven't watched the last few episodes yet. Okay. Then I'll hold off on it for now, but I have caught up with it, so just so you know. That does mean I have one less anime to watch this season, though, so I probably should pick up some. Which, while it's an odd choice, I have actually gone back through Crunchyroll's library a touch, just because I was curious about Tekio Hitman Reborn, I believe is the manga name. Because it's been one of those shonen that I remember reading back in the day, but I never fully finished it. And at least in terms of watching the anime for it, that's not exactly a good compromise, because the manga probably went on for that a bit longer than the anime did. If you ever want a French maid dress, you might end up making dresses. That's about as subtle as you can get, huh? Let's see here. Are the north gates free for me to leave? Thank you. What is a French maid dress?
Okay, off we go.
Exactly. Okay, Wave Racer is not the racing game I was thinking of. Let's see here. I think it was Hydro Racer? Hydro Thunder. Hydro Thunder is the boat racing that I used to play when I was younger. Non, if you remember that one. Also. French. Yes. Ah, that one. Oh. Hydro Thunder's great. Yeah, it was pretty great. It might be a bit more like high-speed action with the longboats and all instead of just the skidoos, but that's kind of the one that I ended up playing a lot as a kid. That's the one that I like, at least.
Coming through.
I think that was also one that my sister specifically ended up getting. So it's not one that I looked for, but it was the one that she ended up getting. Bonk.
Likewise for you and that shield.
Best to stay in one another's good graces.
Let's keep
then.
our eyes on the prize.
Let's see here. Where else can we find things? Hello, Berserkers. Looks like we can get you in the air here, too.
Seriously? Is this a joke?
Also, San Fran Rush 2049, but those are a couple spiritual successors that are pretty great. Oh, they're spiritual? Okay. Well, it is good that they at least get the light of day, even in this day and age. Down. All the more reason to have the outfit on. That's the best follow-up to that. Good job, Z.
This could be useful.
Here. The north. What's the subtext on that item again? The northmost reaches of a wasteland to the north of an abandoned village. Abandoned village is where I get tripped up. North of an abandoned village. What do you count as an abandoned village, though? Oh. But either way, just make sure you bring them up. That's what matters the most, you two.
An opponent like this should be easy.
Let's see here. 3, 4, 1.
These little ones.
And so win. Oh, the range on that was actually a little bit nicer. Much better. Boy.
That's a pretty fancy skill there.
All the better to protect you with, my dear.
Then I'll leave the front
Wow.
to you.
They really reference that. Okay. All the better to X you with, my dear, is not a line I was expecting to hear in this game, and especially not from a female character, but I fully approve of it.
Then let's keep pressing the attack. Indeed.
Because what is that originally from?
But a victory nonetheless.
We have a long way yet to go.
Because that line is used a lot. All the better to kill you with, my dear? I don't think that's it.
A fish! You saw it too, right?
Yeah, we saw the fish, Kisara. I'm not sure if we can fish here, though. It's from Red Riding Hood. Oh yeah, all the better to eat with, my dear. Because the big bad wolf does like 3 flames to getting Red Riding Hood get closer. Come on. Oh, that was bad. I guess that's an idle question. But would you all want me to read the Go the Fuck to Sleep? Because I know that's a bit of a meme overall, because I am usually the person to tell others to go to sleep.
Reel it in.
But I'm not sure if that would be memeing a little bit too much. There we go. Doesn't look like we're gonna get this just yet, either. No, because we're just breaking the line.
Gotta know when to quit.
Weird. I really do not know what the benefit of the fish. I'm assuming we're gonna have to fish in Vincent first, near where we actually procced it, to level it up and get like better gear. But
You guys
so
wanna
far
rest
it's been
here?
kind of pointless. Let's see here, the slugs. Also, we'll see you in a bit, see? Make sure to bring them off on your way back. I'm sure you two are gonna need it. Let's see here. Can heal here, technically. I don't think we'll have any more cutscenes or anything. Right?
I think I'll read my book a
Oh,
little
we do.
more.
Old habits die hard.
Dohalim, your spare bracers were getting dirty, so I polished them up along with the rest of your equipment.
Why, thank you, Kisara. I greatly appreciate that.
Maybe it's just my imagination.
Oh, you got melodies,
but you
emotes.
sure seem to fuss
Those
over
are always good
Dohalim a
ones to
whole
get.
lot, Kisara.
It is a little strange.
At least I think those are
Almost like you're
melodies,
still in his
emotes.
service.
Really?
Yeah.
That's certainly not my intention. Besides,
Why
he's not
Mel's?
the only one I'm like that with.
For the
Hey, Lal,
prefix.
I saw your clothes were starting to get holes in them, so
That's
I
a
stitched
weird
them back up
custom
for you.
prefix.
Oh, wow. Thanks, Kisara.
Oh, good.
Point
Kisara
taken.
is the mom of
You
the
just
group.
like looking after people.
I wouldn't go so far as to say I like it, but I get anxious if I don't. I'd always like to help if I can. It comes naturally to me.
I
Back
got
in the
another
day,
gift sub.
Miguel and I
Very
used to
nice.
look after the younger kids
I haven't
around,
really been getting
that's
many
probably where
on
it comes
either
from.
of my accounts
He taught me
lately, and I
everything
wonder
I
if it's
know.
just because I
And
haven't been
mean
going to
everything. How
other
to
than the
cook
ones
with
I've been
wild
required
plants,
to as
how
often.
sew clothes so they'll last.
But I don't
Without
know.
him, we never
I
would have
haven't
been
seen
able to
any from
survive.
However, you're not a lord anymore,
these
Dohalim.
shoujo
You
girls
need to get used to the
lately.
idea that people aren't just going to
Not
wait
that
on
that's
you hand
inherently a
and foot.
bad thing.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
Just means that they
I'm
have like
ashamed to
thousands
admit that
and
I felt no
thousands of
qualms
people,
about her doing
and I'm
all
just
that for
not
me.
getting the lucky
As
rolls
both a
this time
Renan and
around.
especially as a lord, one becomes too accustomed to those beneath you tending to your every need, both Renans and Danans alike.
Sure, that's how all you Renans are probably raised. But just to be clear, we're not your servants, Dohalim. Got that?
Absolutely. Moments such as this provide me with ample opportunity to confront my unease.
Weird thing
It
is,
is
I've had some
difficult to
gift
tend
stuff
with
from
my
folks
own
that I don't even
motivations.
follow. Yeah,
Oh,
admittedly,
indeed.
Twitch does have
The
a
truth of the
thing
matter is that
where
my espousal
if
of
every
coexistence in
single
Renancia
follower on
hardly
stream
came from
already
an
has a
idealistic
sub,
place, that
because
instinctive
there are
unease I
channels
feel
small
deep
enough where that
within
can happen.
serves as a reminder for what it is that
Or
I am,
if the
and
roll
all
is
of
just
us
that
look
bad,
for.
it will
Don't
just
be so hard on
randomly
yourself.
roll among all
No
users
one's going
on
to
Twitch.
abandon you if you aren't always
Or
perfect.
if you're just
Looking
tangentially
at her now,
related to the
I think
community
she's more
somehow.
like his mom than his servant.
So like, Jason, I know, rated Fanta. I'm not sure if you were sitting in the kin to Jason to Fanta raid at all, but oh, we're actually missing one. But hey, where are you? There we
Hey,
go.
Rinwell. What was that whole legend you were
But,
talking
like,
about
every
earlier,
so often,
back
even
when
if
we
you're
were by
just,
the
like,
gate?
tangentially
Huh?
related to a community,
Oh, you
you
mean about
can
the
just
Dark
get a
Wings?
sub
It's an
occasionally,
old story about
which
a
isn't
Danon hero
an
that's been passed
inherently
down for
bad thing.
generations.
Like I
It
said,
kind of just
I
gives some
sure
more
haven't heard it before.
discoverability, but if it's
Yeah,
just a
me
sub to
neither.
someone you don't know,
Well,
then it gets a
long
bit
ago,
awkward.
there was an evil king who tried to bring all of Dana to
Boy,
ruin.
Nick, what are you doing?
However, a pure black owl heard the pleas of the people and decided to help. It chose a young hero and bestowed upon them a holy flame that was capable
I
of
don't know what my
vanquishing the
neck's
king.
doing.
The
Currently
story
have
goes that the
6
young
active
hero
gift
challenged the
subs.
king and defeated them with the flame.
That'll
Seeing
happen.
Dana
That'll
had been
happen.
saved, the
I
people
don't
flew
quite
the
know
crest
where I'm
of the
sitting
Dark
at
Wings
mine,
as thanks to
actually.
the owl for its help. From what I understand, it used to be a really well-known story before the Renans came.
I guess our people must have forgotten it over time. It's lucky for
I
us you
apparently
still
have
know
6
it.
going as
You
well.
sure are well versed in these sorts of things,
At least
Wielder.
on my main
You
account I do.
know,
I
the
don't think
part
I
where
have
the hero defeats the king
this
with a
yet.
flame reminds me a little of Alphen.
Considering
It's
one
just a
is from
story.
someone I'm not
Besides, if we're talking
following.
about an owl helping anyone, Hootle would definitely choose Rinwell.
Sure, I might have helped take out our own
Yeah, I
kind
got a
of evil king
sub
with
to
the others,
someone
but I'm definitely no hero.
who I don't
That and
know
Oodle's wings aren't
when
even
the
black.
last time they actually streamed was, but it's someone who only plays Jack and Daxter, so I have no idea where that came from. Yeah, apparently I do have 6 on my account as well. I don't think it'll be the same on at least the Cryobite one. Let's see here. Rest. Oh, we haven't actually cooked anything in a while. So we'll just feel health afterwards. That's
This
fine.
should definitely keep you guys full.
Thank you, Shion. And then, oh, we've actually got a lot. Okay. I guess we'll just do
Let's
Kisara
talk a bit.
again, because I'm biased and I like the
Sorry
shield
for
waifu.
rambling on so much about my past earlier.
Don't sweat it. It was fun hearing you reminisce about the good old days.
Come on, you don't have to pretend with me.
But that is kind of the
I know I
fun to
can
give
tend
subs.
to
Sometimes you just
go
get one
on
to a random
sometimes
person,
when it
and
comes
then,
to my
oh
grooving.
hey, maybe I do
You
like
said
this
it, not
person.
me. Anyway, I
And
don't
then you
think
just
it's
find
something for
someone
you to be
fun to
embarrassed
watch.
about.
And honestly, that's not a bad thing.
Hey, Alphen.
Sometimes it's just
When
nice
you were a
to pop
kid,
into a stream and be like, oh hey,
was
this
there ever a
person's not
time
too
when
bad.
you had to bury
Maybe I can get
someone
along
younger
with
than
that.
you?
Well, it's hard to say. I'm guessing that you
That's
have, though.
Streamer,
Yeah,
regen,
during the previous crown contest
digest,
with the
that's not a
Lord before
problem.
Dohalim. Life back then was
There we go.
truly hell. I think
Yeah,
that's why I
Vincent
tried
has
to
gone
ignore
through
what
quite
Miguel
a
was telling me
lot
for
of
so long.
history. I
Because
can't
I was
imagine
afraid
life
of
was
going
too easy
back
for
to
them
such a
before
dark
Dooley
time
kind of took over and be like,
of losing
hey, by
hope.
the way, how about we
I
stop?
wanted to believe in our paradise so much that I doubted the one person I should have trusted most. I don't blame blame Dohalim for that. I simply didn't want to face facts. And I ended up trying to project my ideals onto everyone else.
It's strange.
Sounds
Whenever you
alright.
and Dohalim talk
That's
about
bad, sure.
Venetia, it's always like it's some big failure. We're talking about fixing 300 years worth of damage here. Isn't it a bit optimistic to think it was all going to be resolved after only 5?
You might be right. Maybe it was a mistake when Menencia...
But
No.
I
when
do have a
decided to stop
few
seeing the
idle
darkness in our
phone
society.
games that I kind of work with from time
I
to time.
have to admit the truth.
One that
To
I used to
myself,
play a while
first of
ago
all.
that I kind of just recently picked up, just because, like, it's not a bad thing having to be super idle. Idle is an I-D-L-E, not idle.
I'll take watch tonight. It's okay.
Love Live. Just because there are points where I have like maybe a minute to check something,
we go,
and that
you
does
guys
end
have
up being
everything?
the easiest way for me to play some of these games is just to leave them to their own devices for a while and just see where they go. The upper level of the cave, also an area that we haven't been to yet. That's a bit awkward. I wonder how I get there. Upper level. It's okay. We know you love idols, Jude. Yeah, admittedly, I haven't exactly shied away from the fact that, like, I enjoy what HoloLive does functionally, but Or at least what the talents do. Maybe not what the company fully does, but the talents are at least good at what they do. Although, oh, right. This is why I couldn't do this before. Because we need to figure out how to actually get over here. And we never actually got a solution to that. That's probably going to be a late game area later. Oh, well. Let's see, north of an abandoned... That kind of looks like an abandoned village. Maybe it's north of here. Bonk, 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 bonk. Take that. And that. And honestly, can I change up your arts? These kind of suck, and I know we've been unlocking a lot. Training slash. Sharpens the mind for releasing a powerful sword slash. Sure. What does that actually do, though? Ah, big ol' uppercut. That's not too bad.
My fists are crushing it out there.
Let's here. North of the abandoned. It should be up here, admittedly. Uh-oh. Oh, and that might be a bit of a meme game choice. There is an idle simulator that I've been seeing people play. Would that be a good one to actually do on stream, you think?
Look what I just found.
Because I'm not sure if it really would be, to be completely honest with you. Just, I know it's kind of a... It's not like a super basic game, from what I recall. But it is at least an interesting one that the Hololive crew was able to get away with at least. That's a lot of magic.
Done here. Let's move.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
Oh, that's just a spare fishing hole? No, because I've been here already. God damn it. Right, because you can go into the ruin Legion area. Weird that I haven't seen any other owls rocking, but I'm guessing once we can get to there, maybe? Although that is a little suspicious. Why didn't we? Yeah. The northernmost reaches of a wasteland to the north of an abandoned... North of an abandoned village kind of feels like the one here. So, up here more? Question mark in a false Dakota? I'm not sure about that, just that. Plenty of wolves here. That's not here either. This is kind of where my thought of it would, but I guess not. Just a bunch of that and an alpha. And smack. And smack. It does look like that does a significant amount of damage. Charge it up, so it's not a bad thing. Bonk. That's a pretty good skill, actually. But if it's not here, because this is north of everything, so why wouldn't it be here? Oh. I guess we can talk a little bit more about the Nintendo Direct before I get distracted again. I'm not diagnosed with ADHD, I will mention that now, but by how I act, it probably seems like I might. I don't know.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
It hasn't been something that I've been worried about, at least. But overall, when it comes to the Direct, the Monster Hunter game was good. The Kirby game is good, as we discussed. The fact that we did get a date for Rune Factory 5 is pretty important. Because we've been waiting on Rune Factory 5 for a while. And when we got news that a Rune Factory game was coming out in the remake for 4, that stung a little bit. 4 is still a good game, but we've been waiting on 5 for a while. So to hear the fact that we're actually getting that in March of next year is good. It's good, at least. I believe we know who all of the wives and husbands are. So people have some time to do some theory crafting and figure out who they want to shoot for when the time actually drops. Also, the RF5 English version is going to allow some gender relationships as well. The English version is going to allow same gender. Oh, okay. That's actually a much better thing. Although that brings up a question. The English version is going to allow it? Does that mean the Japanese version is not going to allow it? Also, where's the door? To the alley. Okay. Hey. They don't have it in the Japanese version, but the localizers spot art. Interesting. That's like half of the relationship options that are just taken away in the Japanese version. That's odd. Odd, but not uncalled for, admittedly. The Japanese culture still doesn't actually provide the best of options for same-sex relationships, but I think that's more a cultural story and not one that a Canadian should really comment on all too much.
Let's see what you've got.
Unless they actually have some kind of a link to the area to begin with. Yep. That's something like 1900. That's a fairly strong skill. But good to hear at the very least. Everyone can be gay, and I appreciate that.
Bearing fruit.
I guess it does depend though. Is like every single character going to be allowed? But or is it just gonna be some of them? Oh, whoops. I mean, Refactory never allowed gender relationships before. Yeah, that's true. Admittedly, though, that's because there's only like 5 games in the franchise, and most of them came out before. Whoops. Sin to win and death. But yeah, progress is at least very good. I guess I can't really defend it too much because I'm not the best person, since I don't talk with a lot of the community, to be completely honest. I'm just kind of here in my own gay little world, just trying to enjoy my own life. But it is nice to see at the very least. Here.
That's no ordinary enemy I see over there.
Oh, shiny slime. Okay. I was wondering for a second. Like, that was very nondescript elephant. And apparently things can't survive that. A launcher at that rate. Oh, it takes 2 as well. Okay. That's smack. God, that does a lot of damage though. I guess that's good for weak point exploitation.
We have a long way yet to go.
Yeah, any of the marriage candidates are eligible for any gender character? Okay. So they did do it right then. They must have really fought hard for that then, because that's a tall order to get a Japanese company to do that, and then only the English side is at least getting it. I'm assuming maybe the European side might get it as well, but it does kind of suck that the Japanese version's not going to get it, but it's Japan. One day. One day, maybe. But I am fairly excited for Refactory 5. I do like farming games overall. Just obviously I'm not playing most on stream because the only good one I can think of is like Stardew Valley.
I don't sense any more enemies.
And there's probably others as well, but oh well. And welcome back from your nap, Leah. Hopefully you slept well and hopefully no one stabbed you in your dreams. Let's see here. I'm assuming I didn't get all the Cyclodian owls, right? I'm missing some. Wait.
We finally made it.
Oh. I guess I haven't told people about my dreams, have I? Maybe one day I'll have to start writing them down. Okay, old king. Like, why do you have a... silly old king. Let's see here. Yeah, I'll have to actually write down some of my other dreams, because I have had a few dreams where people stab me, and I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing, to be honest. I have to get owls. That's full? There are so many spots for more owls on that. How is that full? That's kind of sad, in all honesty. But I guess that means we have 2 of the trees full now. Looks like there's still some, at least, for third area, so let's just go adventure up through there, to be honest. Although this Islodian instrument we're missing is getting a little annoying. Let's just look that up really quick, because I'm sure that's actually a thing. What's the thing I'm looking for exactly? Items? The wonder text. Do. Skills of text. There we go. Curious pair quest. Cute. See here. Yeah, get down there. Wonderbird will not take the iron pipe at the subquest on session. Well, that's not that helpful. But how do we find the rest of the shit? Should look for sparkles in the ground. This fans should approach these sparkles and examine them and retrieve an iron pipe. Plus, item may not be quite the player's expecting as a legendary item. Huh. Weird. Why does that only start it, and why do we get multiple portions of it? Okay, so I guess then, yeah, just report back to the Wonder Bird. Why didn't I see that before? Go to... Oh, there's one in the inn. Okay, that's fine. I guess let's just chuck the iron pipe back at the Wonder Bird and see what the hell he's talking about. Unless he's just trying to tell a story, in which case, by all means, dude, but... Still welcome in either way. Let's see here. We were talking about Factory 5 because correct. I will be curious to see what will happen with Rune Factory 5. If we are allowed to have the same-sex relationships, then I'll probably just play as the girl that time, to be honest. It really depends on the characters that are available in that one, to be honest. Yeah, that's kind of what it's seeming like with that quest, isn't it? I guess we'll have to see. Oh, he is over there. I was going the right way. But if they allow same-sex relationships, I'll probably just end up playing as the girl if she's cute enough for it. And then I'll just choose whoever I want to date when the time comes. Because it really depended on the game itself as to like what gender I ended up choosing. I went male for 4 because of 4.
How's this?
But if we can do same-sex, then it kind of just depends on which character I want to look at more. A rod? No, it's not a rod. You were destined to use, and with her you shall perform feats that shall inspire legends. That's an instrument of death, my Wonder Bard, dude. That's not the same thing. Take her and go forth into the world. Achieve your grand destiny that you were born to fulfill. I mean, sure. I'll have to learn all the unique bends by heart. I might even have to change what parts I use, depending on if I'm attacking or defending. Hold on, you can chance being serious. Fun little excursion. I don't think the Wonder Bird knows what he's talking about, to be honest. Also, he's a little bit long-winded, so don't mind me. The quivering candles. Thing. So is that sub-quest just
I can't believe you
active
managed to shoo
still? No, it's done.
off that irritating bard.
Had we brought him along, it would have livened up our journey considerably.
Were the other two just false herrings? And I just got it right?
Yeah, and the two of you could be irritating together.
I just went after the first one because I was gonna go in order to find all 3 pieces, but if it's just gonna do that, then sure. That's a good question, actually. Item. I do still have them. Because these were the other two that we just didn't go to. At least couldn't find. If so, maybe you still have to meet up with the bard later to complete those. Maybe, but it'd be kind of dumb of them to give us now. Especially since we still have the Wonder Text 1 in our inventory anyway. Let's see here. We need to go to Menencia. Oh, we missed a lot of side quests in Menencia. We've got owls to find anyways, it's fine. Let's see here. So we have Rune Factory 5 release date being March 22nd, 2022, which is probably pushing the 2s a little bit too hard, but still good to see that we're getting it relatively soon, considering how long we've been waiting, so I can't wait for that. I probably should get a capture card if only to stream that game, in all honesty, because I would very much like to stream like a chill, relaxing farming game on stream. That kind of feels like it would be right up my alley. Ow. At least it wasn't February 22nd, 2022. That's true. They could have added another 2 at the very least. Bonk. Now what? Do I have the thing for that yet? I'm not sure if I do.
Well then, I should probably think about
Let's
tonight's
see
menu.
here. What is she thinking about cooking? Also, I do see the SP accumulated flags there. Don't worry about it too much. Oh, thank you, Kisara. Yes. Oh. Gotta be close for that. Noted. But that is a game I would mind streaming with you guys, because Rune Factory is kind of a game that's kind of hard to, like, actively spoil. Oh, that thing. That's what he has. Thank you, buddy. Just get that off. And smack. Gotta love that. Just smacking things with an iron pipe.
My fists are crushing it out there.
Yes, they are. Oh, you're doing a lovely job sitting in the back row. That does a lot of stuff. Yeah. If you guys want to see Rune Factory stuff, I'm more than happy to do so. Since that's going to be one of the few that's actually on a console, then it would definitely be on my alley to stream. I know the other one for Rune Factory, at least, is on PS3, right? Tides of Destiny is on PS3? Or it's Tides of something, so I don't quite recall it. Oh. Oh, okay, that's a good way to combo the runes together. I approve. But I would like to stream a farming game. And Rune Factory at least has combat in it, so it's a little less tedious, I guess. I have nothing wrong with just pure farming games, but I would like to play 5 in all honesty. I'm interested in playing this new version. Yeah, I'm fairly interested as well. I would like to do a deep dive into the other ones. I would just need to get a Microsoft DS set up to actually get it going. Because I do own 2, 3, and 4 on handheld. Although, if I get a capture card, I can just stream Sword from the HD version of that. Fun. And then there. I love the genre for like fantasy sim. Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's a very comfy time, to be honest. Surprised Pikachu, the Ginger uses a bow staff? Yeah, the Ginger uses a bow staff. He's using the same weapon he kicked our ass with before. Plus, I mean, he is kind of a noble, so I doubt he's a conventional sharp thing. Although, surprised Pikachu face makes me think that you're joking somehow. Oh, he's charging, right. I keep forgetting you have the charge. There we go. Yeah, he just uses a bow staff. It's cute. I'm trying to pay a little attention to the game itself. Ah, right, because you probably want to play this too, don't you, Leah? That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, Ginger's a pole dancer. That's what the important part of that conversation. Let's see here. Get that off. And smack. How is that not broken? Please stop it. No, this. Oh. Either way, that was simple. Oh. Get her Mystic Art ready. Okay. Bonk. I just love her Mystic Art is just bonking her own shield.
Against my full power, you didn't stand a chance.
Let's see here. What am I missing? I'm apparently missing a pathway here. So, half behind the waterfall? Hey. Nice. Granite Fang. I don't think I have to worry about that, just... Now then, what else can we talk about? I think Pally Lady's my favorite character, thick armor and butt. Yeah, I'd have to admit, she's fairly thick overall. Because even looking at it, like, she doesn't have a flat ass either. She's got a fairly thick butt, too. Which is weird, considering she runs around a lot, so I'm not sure how she has that, like, bushy of a bottom. But I'm not denying the fact that I don't like it. Just it's weird. You'd think it'd be a little flatter. Also cows. I'm kind of wondering if we get the other half of the barn filled up soon, but... Oh. We just haven't been around here for a while. Sure. Give me cow. Yep. Weird. I wonder where the rest of the owls are. I don't know. I also like Pally Lady just because her weapon is technically her shield. Like, anything you get on her so far has just been changes to the shield. The mace never changes. Weird that there's no owl here. Guess we'll have to check. But I don't care. The characters are fun, and hopefully get a chance to play this soon, Leah, so that way you can avoid at least the spoilers on my side. I just wanted to play it because I like to get them. We did kind of just come off the first area, so it's kind of expected that we get a rise going. I should at least try and stream a new game for once instead of just going through all of my backlog and stuff I've played in the past. Let's see here. Ow.
Let's see what's going on around here.
Yeah, there might be someone who could use our help.
The forest may have an owl that I may have missed. Do. Forest. What else do you got, Forest? Oh, right, the direct. We should just keep talking about that a bit more. But Rune Factory 5 is good, and I very much appreciate the fact that we finally got a date on that. There was the fake out at the end with Bayonetta 3, which I liked very much. So it is good to know that that game's coming very, very soon. Oops. Just burn the plants, please. There we go, that's a bit better. Oh. But it is nice that we finally have more info on Bayonetta 3, and the fact that she looks cuter in her new haircut. Fun. And overall, it'll be fun to see all of the stuff that she ends up fighting, if only just to see, like, she's very used to fighting the angels. I know that much. But what the hell was she fighting in that trail? That looks nothing like the angels from previous games. I don't mind it. I'm just curious as to what the hell she's fighting now. SCP, that's good for that. As well as finishing that off, I think, so that's good. But we'll find out next year with Bayonetta 3. Everybody will be playing Bayonetta 3. That's just such an important game to people. And I can't fault them for it, but it's a very important game to people. Neil cooks roasted chicken. No, I haven't ate that yet. Weird. And I didn't have a flag for you. That's a bit weird. I mean, when in doubt, we want to make sure this rod is as long as possible, right? Then you can get that, and then we'll put that on. And then for you as well, I think we're just gonna finish off these first. Just so that way you can get your stack buff off of them. You don't actually have anything flagged right now. Actually, we'll just grab that too. There we go. Much better. Although no owl on this map either. A multi-layered area I need to worry about? Technically. Let's just see what's around, shall we?
Camping out.
No? No owl here either. And then here's definitely not gonna have owls. Weird. The owls kind of have to be coming from this land too, so I don't really know to the extent of where you'd want to hide them. Maybe here? Maybe on the in-between, between here and
We've reached our
Vance?
destination.
No? Really?
A fish! You saw it!
Yeah, don't worry. Look what it is. Tell me about fishing rods. Let me show you my fishing notes. Got one kind of fish? Yep. Those are the places you catch some fish. Why not swing by and see what you can find? Two more and I'll have something else to give you. So I do actually need to catch fish. Where?
Two, right?
Oh, she actually has a voice line for how many meat. It's actually not too bad.
I hope we catch something decent.
Let's just
Indeed.
try to catch a new type
Hungry
of fish.
bellies are counting on this.
Boink, boink, boink. Can I just let that go and get like a different fish? That seems to be mainly what we're pulling up so far for that thing. Seems I don't like that as much.
All right.
Ooh, that's a new one. Hey, I gotta slip for the night. But hope you have a good rest of the stream. Alright, thanks for dropping by, Leon. Hope you have a good rest of your night, too. I know we're just gonna be having some fun with, I guess, a little bit of fishing. Just depending on how this actually goes. Come on. Come on, we're like almost there.
Good fish
Really?
always keep their cool.
Come on now, we were doing so good on that fish. Oh well. That is not good. Collect
Time to
lure.
try a different spot.
What about here? And it's a big one. So hard shake. There we go. That's a bit better. Go over to here. Probably better to not reel in while you're doing those mechanics. No? No, it seems like we've screwed it up anyways. Oh well. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your night, and Z. We'll chat with you later. Maybe I just don't like the fishing. Yeah. Sorry, fishing. I like doing 14. Maybe I just don't have the patience for you now. Where else can we get this group?
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
Still no owl or anything. I really hope that tree's not full too, because that's gonna be really awkward, because we've only grabbed like 6 owls here. Maybe 5 if we're lucky. I guess we can check it though, can't we? Owl forest. No, we checked it. There was perch still on that one.
Always good to be back
We're
in
good.
familiar territory.
Do you sense one of your friends, Noodle?
Admittedly, it is kind of getting close to the end of stream, isn't it? Like, I really don't know what the point of this is, to be honest. Are we supposed to talk with the King Owl to recruit him later, or is there one actually just hidden in here for Cyslodia? Because I'm not sure what the significance is of Poodle coming out beside the king. Yeah, there's still a room for some owls. There's probably one more or two more for whatever Bandland was or Earthland was. And obviously we still have plenty of time there. Got plenty of side quests to do. Why don't we just wrap up the rest of the stream by doing a side quest? Because my brain is kind of dying. And it's getting a little bit hard. But at the very least, we can probably get some full-fetched quests out of the way for some Farmer. Farmer who is admittedly living by some very, very dangerous wildlife, but that's fine. He's doing his best. Let's see here. Was it back on the farm? Wait. I'll have to make sure to grab some milk from the store tomorrow. Just so that way I actually have the energy to play this. And if I'm... No, I should just push myself and play this game, to be completely honest. It's going to be really hard to get myself spoiled on the story at this rate. A lot of people are just playing it faster than I am. I'm not sure what the quest is about, but we'll get it. Oh, Dolan Big Game Hunter. We need to do this one, actually. That's cool. Defeat the Simian Google along the highway. Okay. Have I managed to avoid spoilers so far? I have so far, yes. And I've at least been trying to, but it gets a little bit tricky the longer you wait because people are more avid on just sharing content. Cough Cough, Deltarune Chapter 2, Cough Cough. Oh. That's a very angry looking monkey. Save. Save. Hello, angry monkey. Level 25, so it's not a high level or anything, it's just an angry monkey with Alex. Looks like his... Wow, really? His fists? Okay. Speaking of, I gotta get through Deltarune Chapter 2 before Saturday. I know Lemon's gonna want to talk about it. That's true, actually. Do you think you'll have the time to actually work on it tomorrow? Because... Hey, oops. Did it just scream? I think it just screamed at me. Oh. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna need to as well. Because I would like to not be spoiled on it too. Grab his anger fist, please. Thank you. Oh. There we go. I wonder if he counts as a mobile enemy. Apparently he does. Nice. I mean, I'm totally down with it, but sure. Ow. Now then, what else you got, monkey boy? Ow. Bonk. There we go. I mean, I imagine it's not super long. Chapter 1 was like 3 to 4 hours, maybe 5 if you take your time. Yeah, that sounds about right. I know I watched a secrets video earlier today on it, so I am spoiled on a couple of things, technically speaking, but I don't fully care for spoilers on it, but I would like to try and experience the full game for myself. And Lemma, at the very least, tends to talk in good amount of detail about it. Can we hit that? There we go, that's better. And it's not inherently a bad thing. Lemma is very passionate about the things that it cares about, but there are times where you just kind of want to experience something. There we go. That was a good break. There we go. Oh, he can spin. And he can just about kill. Noted. Bilahim is also dead. Noted. I'm usually not bothered by spoilers, just want to experience Shelter and Fresh mostly. That's fair. That's admittedly excessively fair. It's Toby's games at the very least. Oh boy. Yeah, that's your hint to that. We're out of CP. Ow! Bilahim's down. Sorry, Dolahim. It's been lovely to have you here, but... There we go. That's better. How about you? Oh, Dolahim's back up. How did he get back up? Oh. Mobile Monkey is mean. And again, he's down. Oh. Why did we get a slow-mo there? Oh. I guess I could probably get through it as well, but I don't have a lot of time available to me right now. There we go. Oh, he's in Angie mode. I wonder if we can get on the core break. Ow! Gion. Please stop dying, Gion. Does he just do the triple? Yeah, he does the triple by default. Okay. And we don't have any other healing, do we? We do not. We only got a resurrection bottle, which I guess hopefully isn't burnt on Zoeline. Looks like it's gonna be away from Zoeline. No. Oh. Well, that's awkward. I guess just life bottle on Shion. And then I'm going to control Shion. In all honesty. Switch battle character. There we go. Then we'll just do this. Get the fists. Let's see. Oh, how did... Ow. How the hell did Elfin get up? We only have the one bottle. Okay, I guess we're gonna be soloing this. There we go. Get the fist, please. Uh-oh, that's the Angie. Okay. I don't care as much about the Angry Arc, but that's fine. Also, can we maybe get 2 living party members on the field? Then... Does that work? Will let me do that? Cool. Ow! And another one. Ow. Oh. Where the hell is he? Monkey boy! That is off the map, good sir. Please stop that. Oh. Nope. Gotta be very careful about this. I would love a core break if that were possible. Yeah, I lost that already. Law was kind of squishy. Oh boy. Do. Rin, well. I need you to survive, girl. Avoid. Okay. What else you got, monkey boy? Gotta be a little careful here. So I'll probably be taking this calmly, at the very least. 1, 2, 3. Then just big ol' windy hit. That's okay. And then jump. There we go. That's not too bad. Now then, how long can we survive as a ring well with a speed boost, no less? 2 and 3. There we go. There's the fork break. Gotta love it. Get that off. Get it off. No. Don't even worry about it. Oh, he resists wind. I guess that makes sense. Oh boy. That's probably not a good time to do that. It seems like it's only good to get... Oops. Yeah, he resists wind. I really gotta stop that. Let's see here. Photon Flash, I believe, is at least a quick art. Yeah. That's not too bad. Let's see, is that the jump? No, 1, 2, 3. Ow. I missed that. Then that and ultra hit. And I got murdered by it because I tried dodging into it. Whoopsie daisy. Well, this is why you save beforehand. Wow. That actually hurts. Load. Try that again. And thank you, Nun, for all the care redeems. Let's try one more attempt at the monkey, and then we'll end stream. How's that sound?
That is one enormous stray.
Because I feel like it's possible, but maybe I just need more healing items? Because we are accessible on those, to be honest with you. Anyways, Dolly, take out the monkey, please. Boink, 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 boink. Die. And no one's really focusing on the big monkey just yet. There we go. Please go away, small monkey. Death. Dude with a blazing sword. I'm not sure what you mean by that in quotes, Non. Of course you have the blazing sword. Let's see here. 2, 3. And get that off. Okay. Yeah, that was a sketch request. Don't worry, I this. I'm just trying not to get murdered by the monkey. Well, oh, he didn't actually go after me all 3 times with that one. Let's see here. I believe that still works as backing track for now, but let's see here. Jude with the blazing sword. That would probably melt my hand off. So, let's see here. Hey, it means I don't have to draw a hand. That actually works out well. Yes. E, where are you? And FP, where are you? Get rid of both village, right? Cool. Although I still love both that. Rise, why are you not with the rest of the activities? There we go. Don't know why that was like that, but let's see here. Just put that under there for now. Up to top here. Let's see. I've been kind of fiddling around with a couple of things. SP, so not sure if I have the best of options, but dude with the sword. My hands would just be puddles, so looks like I lack pen pressure today. That sucks. Oh well. But my hands are just going to be a little bit drippy, trying to hold on to this thing. Or at least I like pen pressures. That's opacity have to be our friend for now. Hands are going to be a little bit messy, trying to hold on to the blazing sword, and be just a little bit sad, to be honest. Because the blazing sword on its own is not like super hard to work with, at least, because all it is just like a very jagged orange crystal, more or less. That kind of just ends up being a bit more burned on the bottom. You can kind of just get away with something like that, mainly. Then big old crystal on the end. It's a fairly simple sword at the very least. That much I can give it. Put it down a little bit. Let's see, your hands will be melty, trying to hold on to it. So, we can do that. Because even if I hold it like here, that functionally still would melt hands. So, not much we can do about that really. Just kind of a melty scene where I'm crying that my hands just don't exist anymore. So I should make them a little bit more puddly. At least going across. We'll have to get a little bit creative when it comes to making our hands a liquid when it comes to holding this thing. That's here. Bit wiggly. Maybe if we get some extra droplets of the metal on my hands, that might make it a little bit more apparent. And then we can just have back with the face. Get a big old circle in here, just as a nice starting point. That up a little bit, just that way it's lost and everything. So, and then he's going to have the saddest eyes possible. So we need to be nice and big. Like that. Obviously I've got the black sclera, so it's kind of just easier to do this. Big. There we go. That's better. Have the black sclera, so kind of just fill it in like that pretty much. It's nice to have voids in your face, after all. And yellow. For actual irises. Mine are fairly basic at least, but actually, it looks a little bit disturbing doing it this way, but the sketch requests are kind of meant to be a fun time. Then purple to get worried eyebrows in. Actually, all things considered, if he's in excessive pain, then the irises should be smaller. It shouldn't be that big, That's what I'm missing with this. Go away. Back to our yellow. They need to be smaller. There we go. Go back to here and get the hair. Because at least the hair so far isn't too complicated on Jude. I do kind of need to update it a little bit because it's not like perfect or anything, but could be a little better. Go. Get those high peaks, as these fangs are known for, at the very least. And small brush, small brush. I caught up with the Nintendo stuff. They're pulling a Sonic movie with the casting, basically. Yeah, actually. The casting is functionally the same as the Sonic movie, to be completely honest. They're basically just getting a cast for whoever wanted the paycheck, or whoever got the biggest paycheck out of it. Plus, I mean, it's Illumination doing it, so it's not like they're going to make the best casting calls. Yeah, get the lines in, because those are a staple of my face. Should move this on a little bit more. Just because I need to get the ponytail in, too. Here. Tail. Not that. That either. There we go. Make that a little bit bigger. I mean, they want huge fan rage, and I mean, they want huge fan rage. Pull it back and change it for the fans. Oh. Right, that. I forgot that's what they did. No, I don't think they'll aim for that specifically, but we'll have to see what they try to do with it, to be honest. Because that casting call is very Hollywood and not very gamery. Yeah, Nintendo's pretty bad with this kind of stuff. I can't really lie about that, to be completely honest with you. Like, Sega, I can see pulling it off, but Nintendo, no. I don't think the voice cast is enough of a bait to get fans to be pissed at it and changing anything. And Nintendo's pretty infamous for not changing anything anyways, so we'll kind of have to live with the decision, as bad as it is, to be honest. Yeah. Get a little bit of a circle going. There we go. That's better. That in, like so, just because we have hair behind it. Also, I'm kind of taking this in a bit of a color sketch. I don't really define what the sketches are anyways, but sometimes it's kind of just nice to toss some colors to kind of make it go together more. So this is kind of just what I do just around the times. It's just kind of slap colors together mostly. Because that also does give me a rough idea about how things should actually work in the long run. Actually, I have a good separate. That's why I use this. There we go. Then we just get the ponytail down to here. As it's supposed to be. A little white line separator. Just to indicate there is supposed to be a separation in the first place. And And there we go. Jude is now melting his hands off by holding the sword. But a couple things we need. First, this with the scrunchie, because the scrunchie is important, as Leah can attest to. I suppose we'll know when we see the first screen's trailers if Mario's horribly disfigured or uncanny. Maybe. Oh boy, can you imagine if they actually fuck it up that poorly? That they just make Mario some weird, like, amalgamation of humans, and like he's just normal height and it's a mocap thing with Chris Pratt? Because that would be excessively awkward, and I really hope they don't do that. Get our blazing sword painted in. So, now we just need actual oranges to balance it out a little bit, since this thing is supposed to be on fire all the time. There we go. I think that works as a Jude holding the burning sword. What kind of brush do I use for coloring? Right now, I'm just using the soft airbrush for my end, because I tend to lose pressure sensitivity with my tablet a lot, so you'll notice shit like this just happens, and I don't have like any control over it, because my tablet is old and kind of shitty. So I can kind of cheat with that, with the airbrush tool a little bit, by just setting it to a lower opacity and doing my usual like scratch shading that I normally do anyways. At least when my tablet sensitivity goes out. They just straight up model a beautiful CG Italian plumber in a realistic style with a mustache and red cap. I could see it working, but people will absolutely murder Illumination if they do that. They won't go after Nintendo, they will just murder Illumination. There we go. There's Jude holding the burning sword. Jude should not be holding the burning sword. Jude is not prepared for actually holding that thing. But there you go, man. And I will have that in Discord later. But for now, let's just finish off the monkey fight. Or at least try to do one more round of the monkey fight. Yeah, unfortunately, Nintendo's getting Illumination Mario movie. It's such a bad call on their side, to be completely honest, but that's what they chose. Ow. I do need to hold on. Gion, would you like to get me up? Yep. Please don't die for that. Thank you. Alright. Yeah, it does kind of suck that Illumination specifically is getting that one, to be honest. Because Illumination makes very, very boring movies. And the fact that they're making the Mario movie is not a good thing, in my opinion. Ooh, what the hell happened there? Oh, just the one. Okay, I'm fine with that. Ow. I guess technically speaking, I can get this off because that's at least a good way to knock him down. There we go. Bonk, bonk, bonk. But we'll have to see what they do with it in all honesty, because I have little faith in Illumination. If it's not obvious by my tone of voice with it. Ow. Yeah, the first Despicable Me was good. The first Despicable Me was fine. After that, it just became like, the rabbit exists. Oops. It's like they saw the rabbits and it's like, we want our business to be like that. Oh wow, we're almost up healing stuff already. I probably should... Well, if you stop casting right beside him, it might be a little bit easier to cast stuff. So I mean... There we go. Opening night, I'll be watching the 93 Super Mario Brothers movie in protest. That does at least fit these so bad it's good, so I would recommend it. There we go. And kind of wish we got one off that, but oh well. Also, that failed, but please hit it. There we go. Later, buddy. Ow. Isara's almost down already. That's good. Alright, buddy, what you got? Angry monkey, give me the news. Smack. 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 There was a confirmed. Oh. Okay. Come on now. Hit that, please. No. That Urt seems to really suck for getting up the Mystic Urt, to be honest. Oh well. Hold on. Where it was confirmed once and for all that Mario's last name is indeed Mario. That is true. The 93 Mario movie did at least give us some important bits of world building. And Luigi's last name is Mario. Yeah, I mean they're brothers, right? They gotta share the same last name. It's not like guys ever changed their last name at all. Pop and pop. Thank you, buddy. Bonk, bonk, bonk. An angry monkey, what else you got? Probably should just get that off. Ooh, nice, that actually did hit. Get that off. Thank you, buddy. Fist, please. Ow. Why can I not switch to his fist? Is it not a valid target yet?
Such unadulterated fury.
Okay, no, that's bad. Because he does that, then that. I'm not sure why dodging into that was my first thought, but oh well. I know, just like it gives so much background to his character. Like, imagine having your brother's first name, your last name. I mean, it does definitely help. I would deny that.
No matter. This battle isn't over
Oh boy,
yet.
Shion's almost down too. Good job, Shion, for surviving all that. Oh, there's the screen. Get that off, please. I swear I should be able to break the crystal on his hand. But it really does not want me getting it off. Ow. Shion at least survived that, but... Oh. Where did we get 6 life bottles from? Alphana. 1. Oh, just the 1. Interesting. 1. Mac. 2. 3. That's a bit easier to deal with. Ow. God, that's painful, but we're almost done. Ow. I gotta get better at actually dodging those, to be completely honest. Because life bottles being our main source of healing right now is kind of bad. Then 1, max 2, 3. Then should be 1 more. The big one. Alright, later Shion. Been lovely having you here. There we go. And almost done. Going for the jump. Kinda don't like the homing jump, friends. Mac. Go down. Oh, he dodged it. Oh no, he didn't. Ah, just for yourself. Die. And we got the good one. Bonk. Later, monkey. I thought we could do it. I could just see someone in a situation having the kind of neurosis that Luigi's has.
Does anyone else think this may be just a bit too tough for us?
Hey, what do you say we fight that shining enemy?
How about we don't? Because it's late, we're out of healing, and we just had a rest handed to us. We do not need any more help in dying. Also, save. Apparently one of these things I'm going to need to grind just to get materials to sell, just so that way we actually have something we can sell to get gold. Because I'm noticing the main thing that at least I'm missing is that we don't have any money to buy healing items with.
Good.
Thank you for the help. And speaking of gold, thank you very much for that, lady. And we get one of his trees unlocked, which is always good. That gives increased rod extent. Well, I'm glad that he can just be an ever-growing dick joke as far as we go along with it. Let's see here. Regenerate. Sure, we'll give you regen. Weird to get your healing spell there, but sure. But I think that tidies everything up for us today. Because I do have to sleep for work tomorrow, because sadly tomorrow is Friday, it's not Saturday. So I'm going to need to go to bed. Because I wake up in 6 hours? At least if I can sleep that long. So, I do want to thank everyone for dropping by tonight. It's always lovely to have you for some Tales of Arise good fun. I know overall it's going to be a fairly long one. Tales of game. Decently long, but I'm not sure about Arise so far. It seems like we're kind of going through fairly quickly with it at least. But going forward at least, tomorrow will be a bit more of Tales of Arise. Saturday will be Time Spinner in the morning. Yeah, Time Spinner in the afternoon, and then Risk of Rain soon. Or just whatever the fuck I feel like, in all honesty. Saturday night is kind of my revolver night, so that'll be switched out with a horror game come October. And then Sunday we will be doing Hyper Light Drifter, because I need to finish that, and I actually need to play the game. Tomorrow is Friday. I need sleep. Whatever. Tomorrow is Friday, so more Tales of Arise, then Saturday, then Sunday. You'll know the drill. Discord has the schedule and all that. Anyways, let's just see who's live. The Twitch. Let's see, there's a cursed image of an elf drinking on their burp screen. Ooh, a cherry and a strawberry. Nice. I think out of the two, I've had strawberries more, but that's because I haven't had the best of chances to have cherries in my life. Because most people in my families don't eat cherries. Although, my love of Black Forest cake does at least give me a little bit of cherry love. So that's always good. Here, there are a good chunk of people on. Mousy is still on. I'm not sure why Mousy is still on. I'd be tempted to raid, but that's really, really late for Mousy. I do see ELH lag too. You probably hear that. I don't know why that was actually in the headset, but oh well. Yeah, we appreciate Mousy in this house. Her official Live 2D debut is coming up as well, so. Oh. ELH got a 2D model of their fighter character? That's what I was saying. Okay. I'll have to check in with ELH a bit later. But let's see here. We will definitely be rating Mousy on their debut stream, just because they do deserve the love. But I want them to go to sleep, so we're not going to raid them tonight, because I don't want to force them to go on longer, if I'm being completely honest. see. You know what? Why don't we just check out ELH? 1, grade 2. So ELH is a tabletop streamer, technically. They're normally DM life for the most part, but they do have some fun playing time to time. 1, they do have a few of their own characters that they swap through as well, so kind of figured that kind of goes with what I'm trying to get set up to in terms of getting Juera and then eventually Croatian up as well. And not as many people lurking. Okay, I guess it's Thursday, so it's not really the popular time for me. But do want to thank everyone for dropping by the freezer. It's always lovely having you
Through
around.
these lands most verdant green, my eyes
Dolaheen,
alight
goddammit.
for sights un-
Shut up, Dolaheen. But at the very least, I'll send you over there for now. Might be ending soon, but we'll have to see. But have a good night, all.